never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Making purchases on credit and getting loans gets a tad more expensive now as the Federal Reserve elects to once again raise key interest rates by another 0.25 percentage point. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said after the close of this week's two-day meeting, inflation continues to be too high.
The process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy.
However, the latest projections from the Fed indicate rate hikes may soon come to an end. It has what's called the terminal rate at 5.1%. The latest rate hike pushed rates up to 5%. Meanwhile, commenting on the banking system scare this month, Powell said it falls largely on poor management. At least that was the case with California's Silicon Valley Bank.
They grew the bank very quickly. They exposed the bank to significant liquidity risk and interest rate risk. Didn't hedge that risk.
Powell said there's no reason to believe the problems that led to SVB's downfall are systemic. An ally of former President Trump says the Manhattan District Attorney should be having second thoughts about pursuing an indictment. That's what Bob Costello told NBC News after it came out that the grand jury was told not to report Wednesday. Costello appeared before the panel on Monday and said his testimony changed things for prosecutors. Trump is being investigated over alleged money paid to adult film actress Stormy Daniels right before he was elected president in 2016. People in Los Angeles County are assessing damage after a rare twister touched down on Wednesday afternoon. This teenager called her dad from Vail High School when the twister hit.
I thought it was going to be dangerous for us to stay in school.
At least one person is injured and 5 structures are impacted. At the same time, at least 5 people have died by falling trees in California this week, thanks to a new round of storms hitting the state. This is USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
One person is in the hospital after an explosion at a chemical plant near Houston. Roads around the facility in Pasadena were shut down and the Houston Ship Channel was closed. Traffic cameras showed large flames and black smoke coming from the plant, which is owned by Ineos Corp. It's the 4th largest chemical company in the world. No word yet what caused the blast. Testifying before a Senate panel on Wednesday, Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw said his company's determined to help East Palestine, Ohio in the long run.
We're in the planning stages of developing a long-term medical compensation fund, a property value assurance program, and a longer-term water testing program.
During his testimony, Shaw stopped short of fully endorsing the Bipartisan Railway Safety Act. Among other things, it includes increased fines on railroads for safety violations. Shaw dodged questions on which parts of the bill the company did not support. Oscar-winning director Peter Werner is dead. Werner passed away Tuesday morning in Wilmington, North Carolina, due to a torn aorta that was not able to be repaired. The director won the Academy Award for Best Live-Action Short Film in 1977 for In the Region of Ice. He also is known for directing episodes of series like Justified and Law and Order SVU. Werner was 76 years old. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool.
Yep, even easier than that. And with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, what do you say? Everybody ready? Are we ready to rumble? Thank you very much. Rockpick says rumble. We're up and running. All right. You never know from one night to the next. I can tell you this, for those with the listening via the app, the Android, the iPhone, whatever particular app you may be on, pay no attention to the screen, which says replay of past shows. No, we are here, we're live as we roll into a Thursday. That would be 23rd day of March. As the fans all gather around, getting ready for another 5 hours, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Yeah, kind of a cloudy, misty night outside our secret bunker, as we and many others, millions right in the heart of the country, getting ready for a whole lot of rain. Flooding potential. Flood watches extending from central Oklahoma all the way up into southwest Ohio. Yeah, we'll break down what we're anticipating for the Midwest. Going to be maybe some severe weather in the mix as well. My, how things change in a day's time. Anticipating the imminent arrest of the former president, Donald Trump, on Tuesday. And then, well, maybe it'll be Wednesday. We had another individual we need to testify before the grand jury. And then, lo and behold, the grand jury was told to stay home. Do not report on Wednesday. What's going on? Now they're saying, well, we've got another client to testify maybe on Thursday. Some of the headlines are citing, here you go, bombshell that completely throws cold water or ice on the whole narrative of the potential arrest. According to the Daily Mail, I guess they got their hands on a document this past morning, which is actually a letter from Michael Cohen's lawyer. This could be the game-changing evidence in the Manhattan District Attorney's potential criminal trial of former President Donald Trump. This letter was written to the Federal Election Commission by Cohen's legal counsel, indicating that Cohen himself was solely responsible for the $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels. Again, Daily Mail got their hands on this letter yesterday, and suddenly everything changes. And I quote from the legal team, Mr. Cohen used his own personal funds to facilitate a payment of $130,000 to Miss Stephanie Clifford. That's Stormy Daniels' real legal name. Yeah, that was from Cohen's lawyer, Stephen Ryan, using Daniels' legal name. Ryan goes on to indicate that neither Trump or his company reimbursed Cohen for the payment. Quote, neither the Trump organization or the Trump campaign was a party to the transaction with Ms. Clifford, and neither reimbursed Mr. Cohen for the payment directly or indirectly. Now, the entire crux of the District Attorney Alvin Bragg's potential case against Trump was relying on the supposed payment to Daniels, a payment that the prosecutor would likely argue amounts to an unregistered campaign expenditure. Of course, Cohen, as we know, several have testified in recent days, the guy couldn't tell the truth if he had a gun to his head. Cohen pleaded guilty to campaign finance violations related to the payment back in 2018, according to the Department of Justice. Now, Cohen has claimed he was acting as an attorney to then-candidate Trump at the time of the payment. Indicated he made the payment at his discretion, or direction, rather, Trump's direction. Now, the former Trump confidant claimed Trump told him to pay off Daniels. He'd said that in congressional testimony a year after his guilty plea, according to the Daily Mail. Now, Cohen apparently was seen at Manhattan around the grand jury proceedings on Wednesday, but again, the grand jury, if I understand correctly, was told to stay home. Prosecutors are expected to summon an additional witness today. So now we're into Thursday. It's unclear when and if the grand jury will announce any plans for an indictment. So many, including the Harvard law professor Dershowitz, says sounds like they're having some second thoughts about this case. That could be the reason they gave the grand jury in the case the day off Wednesday. Trump chimes in via his social media, Truth Social, as Alvin Bragg contemplates bringing his grand jury back in session. The former president posted what he calls a totally exculpatory document, as we just shared, from the lawyer who turned the star witness against him. That's none other than Michael Cohen. Wow, look what was just found, says Trump. A letter from Cohen's lawyer to the Federal Election Commission, sharing the image of the actual document, which was marked highly confidential. This is totally exculpatory and must end the Manhattan District Attorney's witch hunt immediately. Cohen admits he did it himself. The DA should get on with prosecuting violent criminals so people can walk down the sidewalks of New York without being murdered. Now, of course, the letter, if authentic, has Cohen's attorney Stephen Ryan, representing that the payment to Stephanie Clifford or Stormy Daniels was made by Cohen using his own funds, no reimbursement from the Trump campaign or the Trump organization, and neither entity as a party to the transaction. As I say, wow, what a difference a day can make. Things suddenly change. Might this just be another... we've nearly wasted an entire week covering this. Each moment of our life is a moment we can't get back. But I digress. Meanwhile, we'll get to some of our friends checking in via the likes of social media, Facebook, as we roll into a Thursday morning here. For our travelers out there, forecasters continue to warn of a heightened risk of flooding, rain, and severe storms here as we head down the tail end of another work week. From the southern plains to the Ohio Valley, same storm responsible for this heavy precip, damaging winds, 5 fatalities in California, is now on track to spread eastward across the midsection between now and Friday. An extensive area of soaking rain is going to set up from Texas to Ohio during this 2-day span. Obviously, travel disruptions, flash flooding in the zone, especially, as I mentioned, from central Oklahoma to southwest Ohio. More than 4 inches of rain. Stream flooding, rises in water levels, low-lying roadways may see ponding, slower travel. Northwest Arkansas to southwest Ohio, in that zone, stands the highest risk of rainfall approaching maybe as much as 8 inches. Much of that entire region is already between 125 and 200% of average rainfall since the start of March here. So what we've got is warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico is going to funnel into the region, fueling downpours and igniting severe thunderstorms. For some, the risk of severe weather will overlap some of that zone at risk for the flash flooding. By later today, temperatures, after we started the week off well below normal, a bitterly cold weekend, 20 below the normal temperatures, it's going to be the opposite, 10 to 20 degrees above normal for late March. That's going to help fuel some of this severe weather. First round of thunderstorms erupting later today across the southern plains. Damaging winds, heavy downpours, isolated tornadoes might impact travel along portions of I-20, 30, and 35 this afternoon on into Thursday night. Greatest risk of tornadoes will be from near Wichita Falls, Texas, to Oklahoma City and Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, where severe thunderstorms with damaging hail moved in late last week, again faces the threat of another round of severe weather. Oklahoma City, Austin, Texas, other metro areas that could face some of these adverse conditions later in the day today. Areas from just east of Houston to New Orleans, Atlanta, and Nashville need to be on alert for gusty storms as we wrap up the week. Straight line winds, damaging straight line winds, 75 miles per hour possible, with the continued threat of isolated tornadoes and torrential downpours. Of course, this stormy weather is going to be impacting a number of major airline hubs, especially as the storm progresses further to the north and east as we head into the weekend. Looks like for our friends along the eastern seaboard, it may be much of a washout for outdoor plans this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. We'll delve a bit more into that coming up here. Apparently had a big, horrific accident around the Baltimore Beltway. Horse Feathers is going to break it down. We'll get the latest here coming up as we roll into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, indeed. And as always, our number 844-844-3388. So sounds like, give us the latest here, Horse Feathers. Were all these fatalities construction workers? I'm seeing 6 dead. Is that right?
That's absolutely right. And yeah, all 6 fatalities were the construction workers.
Wow.
So the wife wakes me up at 10:30, quarter to 11 there, and asks me if I know about the 6 construction workers dead on the Beltway. And I'm like, no. So apparently at like 12:40 in the afternoon Wednesday, I guess that's yesterday now for us here in the Eastern time zone. So at 12:40 p.m. Wednesday, a driver was attempting to change lanes, and apparently the rear of her car hadn't cleared the front of the car she was trying to pass, whether she knew the car was there or whether she didn't even realize, maybe she wasn't even trying to pass that car. Maybe that car was coming up her side and she didn't even know it was there, but she attempted to change lanes, and in the process, the two clipped into each other, and she flipped over a Jersey wall, which they're doing work on the Baltimore Beltway in the center median. It's just the 2 shoulders and a Jersey wall that divides the 2 sides there. So they have the 2 inside shoulders blocked off from the highway with Jersey wall, so they have room to work because they're redoing all the drainage of the center of the road. So they're working in there, and they're supposed to be protected by the Jersey wall. But so anyways, when this young lady, apparently I believe it was a young lady, was attempting to change lanes, she clipped, the 2 vehicles clipped each other, and that vehicle ended up over the Jersey wall and upside down and in where all the construction workers were working. And so they're pretty much trapped in there where they're working. I mean, there's they're right in their little work area, and there's absolutely nowhere to go other than their little work zone. It's only like 1 shoulder width of space, one lane worth of space that they're working in. So it's it's kind of a bad thing, but people are driving nuts yet. I mean, these people are just totally out of control driving on these roads.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, what's the general flow of, I mean, obviously in construction zones, they probably have a reduced speed limit, but I mean, what are people still doing, 65, 70 through that, or?
Well, no, they don't. They don't have a reduced speed. The speed limit on the road is 55 miles an hour, but the flow of the road has never changed after they put the Jersey walls up, because all it did was take away the left shoulder, which you weren't supposed to drive on anyways. So the normal flow of traffic is still, even though it's a 55 mile an hour speed limit, which is what it's always posted as, it is still running 65, 70, and then you have the outsiders that are running well in excess of 75 to 80 miles an hour a lot of times. But I mean, I go around there because I'm forced to drive the speed limit, and I feel like I should put my 4-ways on. I mean, I'm so much of an obstacle on that road at 55 miles an hour that I feel like I'm doing like 35 and should have my 4-ways on. And there isn't really any hard enforcement. They haven't set up any of the construction area speed cameras, but they're kind of a joke too, because they're stationary, and where they set them up, they can only set them up in one location because they have to be manned. The cameras have to be they're in a vehicle and they have to be manned. Well, in order for them to be manned, they actually have to put a porta-john up for the driver of the vehicle that does the photography work, because they have to have sanitary facilities. They actually sued the state because when they originally set it up, they were just trying to make it just kind of look like a little pull-off thing, but now everybody knows where the speed camera car is going to be, because there's a porta-john set in there, so you just know exactly where you have to slow down for that little bit to not get your ticket. Well, then you're good to speed right back up again and do whatever you want. But a good portion is people just don't care. Another portion is just inattentive from everybody doing everything else that they do instead of driving while they're behind the wheel. And the third thing is inexperience. The inexperience of drivers out here, and I hate to say it, but is people that I would say are well under 30, usually in their mid to lower 20s. And I think that was the case of both of the drivers that were involved in this, is they were both mid to lower 20s. And there isn't people teaching people how to drive. There isn't anybody that knows how to drive to teach people how to drive anymore, Your Honor. We're at the second and third, fourth generation from when we used to have driver ed in the schools. There isn't anybody out here that, is teaching this younger generation to drive that actually knows how to drive.
Right.
So this is what we get. But anyway, so what a nice way to start the day off there,
Wow,
right?
yeah,
Six
so-
construction workers that didn't get to go home to their families.
Yep. That's horrible.
But-
yeah, difficult day for the construction workers there. Wow.
Yep. So I don't know if you can get any more off the WBAL news. That was where I was watching it before I came in tonight. So maybe they'd have a little more on it.
A matter of fact, I've got WBAL. That's who I pulled up here, and they updated right about 20 till 11. So about an hour and a half ago. They've identified the two drivers involved in the crash that killed 6. But apparently, both of the drivers in the individual vehicles are not among the fatalities at this point. One was identified as a 20-year-old. The other identified as a 54-year-old. There's not a whole lot of detail here, but we'll give you what we do have following a news break there. 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. A New York City grand jury hearing former President Trump's hush money payment case will meet Thursday. Reports say that's the plan after Wednesday's session was canceled. The investigation centers around alleged payments Trump's former lawyer made to adult film star Stormy Daniels in 2016 to cover up an alleged affair. At least 5 people have died by falling trees in California this week as a new round of storms has hit the state. Officials say several others were injured as another atmospheric rivers brought heavy rain, snow, and strong winds. Nearly 90,000 people are in the dark. Meanwhile, people in Los Angeles County are assessing damage after a rare twister touched down Wednesday afternoon.
The teachers opened the door and then we just saw the rain. There's a lot of wind in the rain.
At least 1 person was injured and 5 structures were impacted in Montebello. Urban search and rescue teams remained on the ground as late as Wednesday evening. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so good to have you on board. Thanks for joining us. Hope your week's going well. It is 844-844-3388. Now, there was Rock Pick. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and the wise old night owls. Yeah, cloudy here in Rochester, New York. I'm actually up making some pasta and meat sauce. A late night snack, huh? All right, I'll be eating it, ready to enjoy the show. Stay safe, everybody. Have a good night out there. There's Philly Dan. Good to have you on board. Country Bumpkin checks in. Debbie in South Central Montana. Roads are bare and dry. Clear skies, cool temps. Should make for a nice ride through Big Sky Country tonight. There you go. Good afternoon. There's Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. Checking in from Wallkill, New York. 52 degrees on 87 northbound. Hello from Plowboy, Decatur, Alabama. A nice spring evening. 58 and clear here. Thank you to Steve and Hot Shot Secrets. Everybody stay safe. Midnight Special checks in from New Bern, North Carolina. Supposed to be in the 80s by this weekend in North Carolina. I'm headed home at this point in time. All right, enjoy that. Finally, a real, true taste of spring. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 58 and windy in La Junta, California. Loaded for Nebraska, hammer down in a powerful chrome-plated cow truck. After a night off, back to the special shout-out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from Winter Livestock tonight. There's Marianne, Morning Steve, and the Overnight family in Bellefontaine. A little bit of rain here. Bidou is on board. There is the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house, three-time champion meat hauler and Hall of Famer. The fish are tearing it up. I'm going to have to get an early morning start. This semi-retired life is just killing me. Fishing, hunting, fishing some more. All right, Shorty, hello from the Georgia-Florida line, I-95 southbound, headed to Orlando at 67 degrees. Good morning, Steve, and the most informed audience. That must be the Dipsy driver, sure enough. A little light rain at the moment here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. I saw a pencil with 2 erasers on it. I thought it was pointless. Have another great show, as always. There's Joe Self. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drivers out there. A nice 54 in Winchester, Virginia. There's Roy in Northwest Illinois with a comfortable night, 46 degrees. All right. Hello, Sylvester. Sylvester's on board. I believe I saw your post this past day in the Carolinas, right? You may have shared that here. Hello to Pappy, 52 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Tad bit rain, a little bit of rain. Hammer down and be safe out there. If you live in a blue state, my advice, move. Let's see. Westbound, headed to Portland, Oregon. There's Larry Johnson, I-80 closed. Both directions in Wyoming due to high winds, numerous crashes. I'm taking I-70 west through Colorado tonight. Everybody stay safe out there. Big Ed had shared yesterday that he was going to be rolling along I-80 if he didn't get shut down because of the snow there in Wyoming. Wonder if Big Ed's in the mix, shut down, stuck out there tonight. Could very well be. All right, it's 844-3388. Double R, hello, Steve. Anita and I loading out, headed back to Michigan. Everybody be safe and looking to see you all at the truck show. Which, yes, Sylvester says, can't wait to see y'all in 8 days. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight listeners. Kind of an overcast 55 at the airport here, Roanoke, Virginia, tonight. Keep it shiny side up. All right, there's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. On my way back from Jacksonville. I was north of Macon on I-75. Noticed a set of tractor tires rolling northbound at a high speed about 30 yards in front of me behind a dry bulk trailer. When he slowed down, they bounced, crashed into his trailer, made a right turn, went off the right shoulder, up a 40-foot hill, hit a fence, made a left turn, came down the hill, bouncing and flipping, crossed 4 lanes of traffic on the northbound side, bounced up and over the center median wall, causing all traffic to slam on the brakes or swerve as it crossed the 4 lanes southbound. And as far as I could tell, luckily did not hit any other vehicle. I mean, it was crazy. Headed out tomorrow morning with the missus to my sister's near Ironton, Ohio. All right, for a semi-surprise 60th birthday party for my brother on Saturday. We're going to have a seafood boil, burgers, dogs, and the greatest sauce from the Coal Grove Freezette. Lots of sides. Daughter's making a cake. All right, there you go. Should be a good time. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. But that, what a sight to witness there. Up and down the lanes and, those tires coming off of vehicles have been known to cause numerous fatalities. All right, I mentioned latest from WBAL as Horse Feathers was sharing 10:42 p.m. Eastern. Maryland police have identified 2 drivers involved in that fatal crash that killed 6 construction workers. Police identified the driver of the Acura involved in the crash as 54-year-old Lisa Lee. She was taken to shock trauma. Police didn't have an update on her condition. A second vehicle involved in the crash was a Volkswagen. The driver identified as 20-year-old Malaki Brown. Brown stopped his vehicle north of the scene on I-695 when it became disabled. He wasn't injured, according to police. But the preliminary investigation revealed Lee was traveling in the second lane about 12:40 this past day when she attempted to change lanes. As she attempted to move into the left lane, police say they believe her vehicle struck the front corner panel of the passenger side of the Volkswagen. Crash team investigators believe that is what caused the Acura to lose control, overturning into the work zone there where the crash occurred. And again, 6 killed in that crash. All right, so the investigation is ongoing. Prayers for all those families getting notification. 6 families did not have a family member come home from work this past day. All right, on a brighter note, let me flip the page over here. I think I had shared with the audience here a month or so ago that my son had this desire, call it a dream, of being a canine officer after the time, spending his time in the military. And he just loved working with the dogs while he was in Afghanistan there. And he was selected to be the canine officer for his department. And my daughter-in-law kind of shared that, and I couldn't help but chuckle when I saw the dog's name is going to be Stryker. I immediately knew. I said, well, if I had to guess, my son named his dog because he was in a Stryker unit when he was in Afghanistan. And I so recall we were there for his basic training, the graduation from basic there in Columbus, Georgia, Fort Benning, wasn't it? And while we were there, I got to spend a little bit of time with him, but we had gone to one of the, they got the military supply stores and all that there on the base. And I had come across, they had their section of challenge coins in the back. And I came across a Stryker unit coin. Had the actual vehicle, the Stryker. I purchased one of those and gave it to my son when we had to leave there after his graduation. And I didn't realize, but he tells me after he came back, he said, Dad, I had that coin, that Stryker unit coin. I kept that in his arm pocket up towards his shoulder. I kept that in my pocket all the time, the entire time we were deployed there. So I just remember that. But so the post that Lauren had shared was from his actual police department. On behalf of the department and community, we would like to say thank you to the Matt Haverkamp Foundation. The Haverkamp Foundation purchased our canine Luger for our department back in 2009. The foundation has graciously accepted our request to purchase our next police canine. Since 2005, this foundation has purchased 98 police canines. Stryker will be the 98th. The foundation's generosity continues to keep police officers and communities safe. The foundation will be hosting its 18th annual, they call it Matt's 5K Pursuit, on April the 16th here in Cincinnati, Ohio, at the Spring Grove Cemetery. I shared this to my Facebook friends this past day. There's the link there, but they go on to say Canine Officer Steve Summers and partner Stryker will begin their long-lasting partnership in May of this year. Please join us in thanking the Matt Haverkamp Foundation for their support. So again, you click on the link there and it takes you to the actual Matt Haverkamp Foundation, which says every April we remember Matt Haverkamp during the month of his birthday and support Matt's legacy with the 5K run walk. Matt's 5K Pursuit, as it's called, is held on the beautiful grounds of the Spring Grove Cemetery. The perfect setting for quiet reflection and bringing together so many people in remembrance of Matt. All proceeds from Matt's 5K Pursuit benefit the Matt Haverkamp Foundation, which helps support local police departments in and around the greater Cincinnati area by purchasing canines and law enforcement equipment for them. This year marks the 18th year for the annual MATS 5K. This year, Sunday, April the 16th. A race begins at 9 a.m. With sign-in, T-shirt, and race bib pickup beforehand from 7:30 to 8:30 a.m. After the 5K, stay with us throughout the morning for canine demonstrations, refreshments, a silent auction, and the presentation of awards to the top chip-timed finishers, people that are actually going to be running to be timed in the race. Awards for race runners will be presented to the top 3 men and top 3 women in each division. Awards for race walkers will be presented to the top 3 men and women overall. No awards presented to the non-fun walkers or virtual participants. Now, my wife has informed me we will be participating in the non-chipped event. I sure as hell ain't gonna run a 5K. I think you pay a little donation to participate. So, yeah, we'll be looking forward to participating in that. And I guess, long story short, if listeners wanted to make a donation to the Haverkamp Foundation, just pull that up on my Facebook page. Click on the link there, and I guess anything anyone wants to do would be appreciated. But I thought that was so cool. Stephen named his dog Striker. So I thought I'd share. Congratulations to my boy. I know he's thrilled about this and really looking forward to it. So, kind of a life-changing thing here. And thanks so much to the Matt Haverkamp Foundation. If I can click back over to some of the comments. It was actually Matt's brother, I believe, Jake Haverkamp. I guess we're Facebook friends because he had chimed in on my post this past day. He said, first of all, this is the beginning of a great new partnership. Looking forward to the future with these two for sure, meaning Stephen and Stryker. He then later this past day posted, Steve, would you believe earlier this past evening, we actually met with the Coleraine police on funding another dog for them as well. So how about that? Well, that's my local police department, Coleraine, Ohio. So thank you so much to Jake and the Haverkamp Foundation. That's so cool. It is 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we head into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, I was just scrolling down through some of the other comments. Edmund, I believe, is a listener who says, a big thank you to the Matt Haverkamp Foundation and also Officer Steve Summers for your service as a soldier and now a canine officer. Also, thank you, Steve Summers, for what you do for the trucking community. All right, thank you very much. Right-Wing Nut said, Stephen Summers, I hope you can make it to the truck show. I'd be proud to shake your hand. You know, most years he does try to make it down, at least for a day. Last year, they kind of surprised us, told us they wouldn't be able to make it. I believe the wife told me he's actually got to work a truck show weekend, so I'm not sure. I know a lot of folks would love to meet and shake Stephen's hand. Maybe he can make it down for a few hours. Maybe I'll have to double check with him on that. I did not realize Kentucky Ken, our listening friend Kentucky Ken, former officer, he actually did K-9 for 8 years. Of course, Kentucky Ken retired from the law enforcement and is now back out driving truck for a living. How about that? But so there you go. Meanwhile, Heatwave checks in here. What's going on, Heatwave?
Oh, good morning, senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. Did I hear that right? There was a twister in Montebello, California?
I believe I heard some mention of that, a very unusual. Yeah, they don't see many out there.
Good night. Well, here about 7 hours ago, 6? Yeah, somewhere around there. We were in that mess over there in Bloomington, and I think that Montebello is about, 25 miles west? So all I can say is it was cold rain that was coming down.
Mm-hmm.
Very cold. And the clouds were dark, but I just never thought that they would have anything like that weather phenomena over there. So
I just pulled up from USA Today. It says a tornado hit the city of Montebello in Southern California, damaging buildings as the National Weather Service assesses this rare weather event. Wednesday, about 11:20 a.m. California time, less than 10 miles southeast of L.A. It's definitely not something that's common for the region, according to forecasters. One injured was taken to the hospital in Montebello. Spokesperson did not know the severity of the injury, though. The city closed some streets. National Weather Service said at 8 p.m. They had confirmed a tornado hit Montebello, still assessing the damage there. But so there you go. Yes, indeed. Good
night. Well, for those that are injured, I hope y'all get a speedy recovery. The damages, that ain't no damn fun trying to clean up and trying to figure out what your next move is going to be, so to speak. Well, we're over here just outside of Phoenix. We're on the east side of Phoenix, and it's cloudy, not too bad. Let's see what the temperature is, 54, and we're in the construction zone. Good night. These people out here have lost their damn mind. They've not ever been in a construction zone. People, this is Phoenix. Good Lord, just relax, man. Take your time. Everyone's got to run up there to the end of the line where it converges into the next lane.
Yeah.
You know, like, I just got to be there. Just got to be there. Why? You'll get there soon enough. Good night. So, anyways, I had done something earlier today that surprised me. You know, we got these freight shakers with the single drive screws, and we really ain't that heavy. But I stalled the damn thing going up a hill. Now, how the hell you stall an auto shift going up a hill?
Yeah.
I mean, that just, it's not like I was losing traction. I think it's just because this beast has got 810,000 miles on it. It probably needs to be replaced. I mean, as far as I knew, they were supposed to replace them at 650,000, then 750, and it's like, all right, we'll just drive these damn things till the wheels come off, and we'll get another tractor to blow up, burn up, tear up. So it had we've got the forward-looking radar, the anti-collision mitigator, I guess is what they call it. You know, when you're going down the road and you just don't think about anything in the air that's going to set this thing off. You know, here I am just cruising down the road, minding my own business, wasn't bothering anybody, doing 63, and all of a sudden the brakes hit and the damn thing screams at me. It's like, you know, one of these days,
something bad's going to happen, huh? Hey, we got to pause there as we're up against the clock. Close out hour number 1 on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Interest rates are going up again.
The committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a quarter percentage point, bringing the target range to 4 3/4 to 5%.
That's Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, who added,
The process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy.
Powell did go on to say the nation's banking system is sound and resilient. Wall Street is closing with stocks sharply lower after the Federal Reserve's latest interest rate hike. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 530 points, the S&P 500 dropped 65 points, and the Nasdaq fell 190 points. Police in Denver are looking for a suspect after 2 faculty members were shot at East High School in that city. Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas says it happened when a student was being searched for a weapon.
As part of a safety plan, they were undergoing a search. During that search, obviously a weapon was retrieved, a handgun was retrieved, and several shots were fired, striking those 2 individuals.
The 2 faculty members are listed in serious and critical condition. The suspect fled the scene, but police know who they are looking for. The New York City grand jury hearing the case against former President Trump was told to stay home today, but they could meet again tomorrow. They're investigating alleged money paid to adult film actress Stormy Daniels by former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen to cover up an alleged affair. The CDC is now saying 3 people have died from using contaminated eye drops. An additional 8 people have lost their vision in at least one eye, while several others have had to have their eyeball surgically removed. It's all due to a strain of a bacteria that is drug resistant. An historic launch is set to take place tonight from Cape Canaveral in Florida. The first fully 3D printed rocket is set to blast off. 2 previous launches were scrubbed due to technical issues. The launch window for tonight is set to open at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The head of Moderna testifying today before a Senate panel trying to justify why they are quadrupling the price of their COVID vaccine. Committee member Senator Bernie Sanders reminding the company how the vaccine came to be.
As a matter of public record, U.S. taxpayers spent $12 billion on the research, development, and procurement of the NIH Moderna COVID vaccine.
Moderna announced they will be charging $130 for the vaccine in the private market, compared to the $26 they charge the government right now. Also on Capitol Hill, the head of Norfolk Southern Railroad, who testified before a Senate hearing looking into the toxic crash in East Palestine, Ohio. Alan Shaw telling committee members his company is determined to clean up the site and take care of residents.
We're in the planning stages of developing a long-term medical compensation fund, a property value assurance program, and a longer-term water testing program.
Shaw added the railroad supports some parts of the Bipartisan Railway Safety Act, but wouldn't say what parts they disagree with. You could hear some familiar music at the coronation of King Charles. Spotify released the official coronation celebration playlist, which features a roster of legendary British musicians. The 27-song playlist includes tracks like Queen's We Are the Champions, David Bowie's Let's Dance, and The Who's Love Reign Over Me. It also features newer artists like Ed Sheeran, Harry Styles, and Kate Bush. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, welcome back. Round number 2. Here we go. Hey, have you registered yet for our Mid-America Truck Show giveaway, as we have teamed up once again with Bostrom Seating? 3 lucky winners will win a Bostrom Wide Ride truck seat. Simply go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on contests. We've got the link shared via the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page, Steve Summers Overnight Drive Facebook page, my personal Facebook page. Yes, our friends over at Bostrom want you to get excited about the big show. The Wide Ride Core truck seat will have 2 of the black and gray ultra leather high profile smart seat valve with dual 16-inch armrests. Valued at $1,843 and some change. You will have 1 of the gray Maduro cloth high profile seats. Also with the smart seat valve, dual 16-inch armrest, high back, valued $2,117.50. You can also enter via the app. Download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app to get more entries. All right, so the countdown clock, I've got the page pulled up before me as we speak. Mid-America Truck Show 2023 Bostrom Wide Ride Truck Seat Giveaway. Clock is at 9 days, 12 hours, and 52 minutes. Counting down to the big show. Well, look at that. I just realized, here we are, Thursday morning. 1 week from today, we will actually be in Louisville, getting ready to kick off day number 1 of the show. I guess this is year number 51, if memory serves. Sorry, welcome back, Heatwave.
Well, thank you for holding me over back there, senor. Yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be a nice long drive for me and the Lady Heatwave, but
when do you,
I think once you
for
get
that 1,300 miles, when do you start your journey? It's a couple days drive, right?
Well, we can do it in 2 days.
Okay.
It's just going to be a 700 miles day 1 and then 600 day 2. We plan on doing, according to the maps, it would go from Albuquerque to Oklahoma City up 35 to 44 toward Tulsa and Joplin, Missouri, and that's where we plan on stopping, would be in Joplin. And then the next morning we'll get in and just kick it on over through St. Louis and then go to East St. Louis, catch Interstate 64 from there, and just slide right on in after that.
Okay.
I mean, when you can do the speed limit, it makes things a whole lot easier. So it's going to be hard driving, but, we'll have fun. We'll be able to see things that you normally won't be able to stop and see when you're driving a truck.
Right. And
now, Lady Heatwave, she did drive with me as a team for 5.5 years before she started having her issues come up. And she really misses being behind the wheel, and there are times where I don't miss her being behind the wheel because of her nature and her genetics. Yeah, she would get mad at someone and get right on their back bumper, and it's like, you know what? Yeah, bring along the Pepto-Bismol and the headache medicine.
Yeah.
So, but she's looking forward to going there and being there. She ain't never been to one of these things. And, I've been to the one there in Dallas a couple of years ago, or about 5 years ago. And I understand that one in Dallas is so much smaller than what is there in Louisville.
Yes.
So I'm absolutely just giddy with anticipation. So, but we're talking about the collision mitigators in these trucks. There's nothing in front of me except a bunch of we're in a spaghetti bowl with all these different on-ramps and off-ramps. This thing somehow caught one of those, and it immediately applied 50% brake. I think that's the max it can do. So, I mean, here I am doing 63. All of a sudden, it's screaming at me, and the brakes are applied. One of these days, someone is going to hit me because this pig here decided, we're going to hit an overpass that's 16 feet up in the air. And more than likely, I'm going to get sued, or the company's going to get sued, because, we have a four-wheeler behind me that got hurt. And I promise you, I will sue the ever-living hell out of the company that put this particular machine in this tractor, not having it set right, where it's reading something that's not anywhere near going to be hit by me. So it only takes one time.
Mm-hmm.
And these people want to have automated trucks going up and down the interstates. Well, that's fine. But it just takes that one time. And, there's going to be bloody murder screamed about we ought to have more people inside the trucks. We can't allow automation. And another thing is, how secure are the computer systems? And, I'm sure they're going to be satellite controlled, or Wi-Fi controlled programming going into that stuff. And it's going to be constantly sending and receiving information.
Mm-hmm.
How secure is that from someone that really wants to go in and break through and take over that particular vehicle? If they can go ahead and break through on an OnStar and take over a vehicle, going down the road or the functions or whatnot, locking it up, don't you think these computer hacks have already thought about ways to figure out who's going to be paying them to unlock their tractors?
Right.
So,
obviously, all these vehicles are going to have your tracking devices, but undoubtedly, the bad guys will be able to know, hey, there's a load of high dollar. Hey, they got a load of smartphones. Well, let's just program this to drop this load off right here, and then we'll put it back on the road, right?
Exactly. So, it sounds good on paper, but in practice, watch out. So, I got two things to say. When I was younger, I had thought about going to college and becoming a history major, getting a degree in it, but then I thought against it because there's no future in it. And anyone who will go to a testicle festival and eat calf fries or Rocky Mountain oysters, that's just nuts. So anyways, Senor, I'll let you go. We'll holler at y'all later. You have yourself a good morning.
Safe travels out there. Thank you much, Senor Heatwave. All right, I guess it's a fairly significant news. This ongoing public outcry and conservative lawmakers decrying DirecTV for the removal of Newsmax a couple months ago. Not sure how much the public outcry played in this, but guess what? Newsmax is back. DirecTV and Newsmax announced yesterday they have reached an agreement for a multi-year distribution deal, returning the Newsmax channel, Newsmax, to DirecTV, DirecTV Stream, and Uverse on March 23rd. Which means, I guess, as of about an hour and 15 minutes, I'm assuming at the midnight hour this morning, Newsmax should be back. Now, when the two companies were initially unable to agree, DirecTV lost the rights to distribute the program on January 25th. Now, unfortunately, this, they say, is a common occurrence in the pay television industry. Consumers often get caught in the middle. So both sides are kind of issuing statements. Newsmax recognizes and appreciates that DirecTV supports diverse voices, including conservative ones. Now, that's what they're saying now. They weren't saying that a few weeks ago. Now, as a standalone company, DirecTV gave Newsmax its start nearly a decade ago. And it continues to do with upcoming news networks, which is why we're pleased to reach a mutually beneficial agreement. that will deliver our network. All right, this resolution with Newsmax, this is flipping over to the statement from DirecTV, resolving an all too common carriage dispute, underscores our dedication to delivering a wide array of programming and different perspectives to all of our customers. So says the CEO of DirecTV. Through our persistent negotiations, we reached a resolution under mutually agreeable business terms, allowing us to deliver the conservative news network at the right value, a reflection of the free market at work. So again, Newsmax will be available to DirecTV, DirecTV Stream, and Uverse at no additional cost to customers, rejoining the expanded, diversified news lineup, which now includes 6 24/7 news networks: CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, Newsmax, News Nation, and The First, which I'm not really familiar with The First. And, of course, that announcement drawing praise and accolades from many conservative voices. Try to pull up the headline here, just some of the headlines from this past day. Newsmax, there you go. Senator Ted Cruz, applauds the decision to bring Newsmax back on air. 13 million customers were affected by this back in late January. West Virginia's Attorney General, Newsmax back on DirecTV. Big win for America. The National Religious Broadcasters Association hails Newsmax return. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott, Newsmax back on DirecTV. A huge win. And on it goes. I think I've got more on what Ted Cruz has to say. But our number, 844-844-3388. We return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, you can go to Bostrom Seating, you can buy one, or you can register to win a free one. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Contest. There you go. So, Ted Cruz, what did he say this past day? Applauding the decision to re-platform Newsmax. A victory for free speech over powerful corporations that want to put their thumbs on the scale of national conversation. reaching a deal to bring the conservative channel back to some 13 million customers. This outcome speaks to the power of citizens and their elected representatives working to stop viewpoint discrimination. Cruz actually led efforts in the Senate, joining with other Republican lawmakers to call for the return of Newsmax. He and key senators actually wrote DirecTV requesting an explanation for dropping Newsmax. Nonetheless, he says, I'm grateful to my colleagues, Senators Lindsey Graham, Mike Lee, Tom Cotton, for joining me in this fight. Our democracy's health depends on free speech, which is why I will keep using my perch as the ranking member of the Senate Commerce Committee to stop the silencing of conservatives, whether it's with big media or big tech. Well, Brain Dad, what's happening?
Hey, just give you a traffic note, Steve. If anybody's going east out of Little Rock, get off at the 161, go south to the traffic light, hang a left, follow that all the way to Hazen. They've got a couple construction zones set up tonight that have traffic backed up for a good little bit. So I would just go on around it, keep rolling.
Fair enough. Little Rock, okay.
Yeah, 168's the big one that they're doing. They're rebuilding the bridge over the interstate. That one was backed up last night, and from what I see on the RDOT, about like 4 or 5 miles. The other one's been between Carlisle and Hazen, just about 10 or 15 miles down the road. They have it down there where they're starting a road construction project, where they're finishing up the paving from Lone Oak to the White River Bridge. And it's about time, because last year they did it from Lone Oak all the way down into Little Rock itself. So, but anyway, you said there was a tornado that hit L.A. today, Steve?
About 10 miles south of L.A., it's Montebello, California.
Are you sure that wasn't San Francisco? Because I thought Nancy Pelosi was coming back for a visit.
Nancy flying in on her broom, stirring up the dust, right?
Yeah. Got to stir up the proverbial, you know what I'm saying. But no, last night I heard that guy was in before me talking about getting over to U.S. Express, and they told him, well, you don't qualify, go home. Oh, I know I worked for a couple carriers years ago where the recruiters were paid on how many people they brought into orientation. Now, I don't know if that's true or not today, but I know that's what a lot of the mega carriers did back, 10, 15 years ago. But these companies, they'll find one little thing and they'll just flat out turn you down. Dingbat got turned down for that job a couple days ago. Now, it was with an LTL company. I'm not going to name any names, but they said that she was not qualified for the job. I don't get how much more qualifications do you need unless you're overqualified. But then they sat there and lied and said, oh, well, the job just got taken down. I'm sorry. The job was just put up there 3 days before it. So how in the world could the job be taken down?
Right.
I'm going to call BS here for a minute, because it just seems like, remember how years ago we were talking about how women were trying to break into the trucking industry? Obviously, the LTL sector has not grasped the concept. And, I know on our dock, out of 220 people, we have 5 women, and one of them's a driver. That's even numbers.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a woman that could do the same job as I can, why are you not hiring her on? You're whining, begging, pleading for people to hire her on, so why not hire her on? Dingbat's got plenty of qualifications. You're asking for 6 months experience. Hell, we were hiring there for a while, 6 months experience. We were literally getting people in there that can't even spell the word fork and forklift, Steve.
Wow.
I'm being serious. They are that dumb. And they just can't grasp the concept. The job is so simple and so easy. You're loading and unloading freight. You got to put in the right trailer. You got to put it in there. But it's not difficult once you get in the habit and flow of training, in the process of doing the job. And the other thing, too, is like over here in Little Rock, I can't say much about those people over there. They're not as advanced as our people, but still. And it's like, well, what do you do? What do you do? You know, like I told Dingbat, I said, just keep pressing forward. Just keep pounding the pavement. I mean, honestly, you know, there's something that's got to give, but there's the mentality of that women can't do this job, Steve, even to this day. So, but like I said, though, she's going to find her something better than what she's at now.
Well, very interesting. One day at a time, right? Well, Brain Dad, good to hear from you. We got a news break just ahead here. And get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Need to see if I can share the video. This you talk about a oversized load. The Oregon-based heavy haul specialist, Ness Campbell Crane and Rigging, sharing some awesome video of a transformer haul. Now, we talk about these big transformers, you know, the kind of things that the bad guys want to target. The video from back in February, as the team hauled a transformer that arrived via rail at the Port of Vancouver in Washington and had to make it to its final destination in Seattle. It took the team 6 months of planning and 4 nights to complete the journey for this haul. We used our lane loader dual lane trailer with a total weight of 445,000 pounds, total length 185 feet from headlights to taillights. It's a big load, but very impressive. Pretty cool stuff. And we'll get a news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. A New York City grand jury hearing former President Trump's hush money payment case will meet Thursday. Reports say that's the plan after Wednesday's session was canceled. The investigation centers around alleged payments Trump's former lawyer made to adult film star Stormy Daniels in 2016 to cover up an alleged affair. At least 5 people have died by falling trees in California this week as a new round of storms has hit the state. Officials say several others were injured as another atmospheric rivers brought heavy rain, snow, and strong winds. Nearly 90,000 people are in the dark. Meanwhile, people in Los Angeles County are assessing damage after a rare twister touched down Wednesday afternoon.
The teachers opened the door and then we just saw the rain. There's a lot of wind in the rain.
At least 1 person was injured and 5 structures were impacted in Montebello. Urban search and rescue teams remained on the ground as late as Wednesday evening. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, thank you much, and welcome back here. Back to the calls we go. Donut Man, what's been happening?
Oh, not too much. How you doing this morning, Steve?
Hanging with him.
Ready for next week? I know I am.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah,
You know
I can't
how I
believe
am
it's
when
already that time of the year already.
Get me out of my
Don't feel like it was
element.
that long. It was like, I guess we're just getting old or something. Or
Yes.
time's going too fast. But that's one. Thank you yesterday. I didn't get. Thank you for mentioning passing a senior yesterday on your show. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Built a good company. I've been here for 6 years out of the Wilmington terminal, so I wish I'd have came here sooner. And you were talking a little bit there yesterday also about with the U.S. Express, with the variant. The way it was set up, the people used to work with there, the U.S. Express did all the dedicated accounts, and variant was the over-the-road division, I guess, would be the way. But now my question is, they had the same DOT number. I thought, I don't see how two different companies can run under the same DOT number, unless I don't know how that falls, if it's under one umbrella or how that works.
Mm-hmm.
I always kind of wondered about that, but yeah, there was rumblings from a friend of mine used to be terminal manager where I was at Springfield. He moved up to corporate down in Chattanooga, and they were hearing rumblings there a few months ago about they were losing money, and Swift was trying to buy them out back then, but I was never able to get a confirm. He wasn't able to confirm. You know how rumors are. Sometimes they're true, sometimes they're not. But
Right.
I guess that one turned out to be true. And I don't know if you saw the article when I saw it today of the CDL Life. I guess they're not done yet. They're looking to buy more LTL companies after they bought. There's a AAA Cooper, and then there was another one. It was like Midwest, I think it was Express or something like that. Another LTL company, and they're looking to buy more. So I don't know if they got deep enough pockets to buy our company or not, but the way things are going, it's just like they're trying to consolidate everything like they're doing to banks, Steve, with the trucking.
Right,
You know,
right.
have just everything, you know, like 4 different companies. And, you know, we've talked for a lot of years on this show. It's like they want to get rid of the owner-operators. They get rid of the competition, they can cut freight rates and cutthroat and everything else. And then where the owner-operator's not going to be able to afford to have a business anymore. And it just seems like that's the plan. I don't know. I might be wrong, but that's just what it seems like to me. But yeah, I'm just next week. I'm looking forward. I hope to get to meet Sylvester and Heat Wave and Lady Heat Wave, and I don't know. Is Horse Feathers coming again this year?
I think he's got too much going with. He's working on that fire truck, getting ready for the convoy, Mother's Day convoy, and all that. So I don't think he's going to be able to make it.
I enjoyed meeting him last year. I enjoyed meeting him. I got meeting Hillbilly Tex last year. He was a character. Maybe Big Moose will make it down again this year. Who knows? But we definitely got a great bunch on this show, Steve. I'm just hoping a lot of them can make it down there. If they do, I look forward to meeting them and getting to spend some time, get to know them a little bit, and not just from being callers on the show, but getting to meet them in person.
Yeah, exactly. Put a face with the voice, right?
Exactly. And there's been a lot of them over the years. That's for darn sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll hopefully get to meet Heat Wave and things like that. And that's just Heat Wave. The best advice I could give you: comfortable shoes, brother. If you're planning on looking around, you better. Comfortable shoes is the best advice I could give you.
A lot of walking. A lot of walking.
A lot of walking.
Yep.
That's
all right. Well, Donut Man. Hey, we'll see him. Well, about a week from now. All right. What he was referring to with the big announcement we talked about, Knight-Swift's latest acquisition, U.S. Express. And it's a bit of a reversal from recent initiatives, which were designed to dilute some of the cyclicality inherent to being an over-the-road truckload carrier. Now, with Tuesday's announcement, $808 million transaction, what's the next piece of the puzzle? According to FreightWaves, that's where he found this story, many investors, analysts assumed the next announcement would include another piece of what will eventually become a national LTL network. Back in 21, they surprised the industry with the acquisition of not one, but 2 LTL carriers. July of that year, it was AAA Cooper, and its roughly 70 terminals throughout the Southeast and the Midwest, $1.35 billion deal. A few months later, it was Midwest Motor Express, and its 33 facilities across the upper Midwest and the Northwest, $150 million deal. Those 2 LTL carriers generated $867 million in revenue last year. The next deal presumably would have landed Knight-Swift and LTL carriers somewhere in the Northeast or the Southwest to kind of fill in the map. That said, the addition of U.S. Express will not impede Knight-Swift's LTL build-out ambitions. According to the statement from the CEO, Dave Jackson, this transaction will not slow down the geographic expansion of our LTL network or our growth initiatives as our financial and other resources remain significant. Also, the company's revenue mix will not be all that skewed following the deal. Knight-Swift's truckload business will represent 63% of total revenue compared to 58% prior to the transaction. So, yeah, still got their feelers out for more. Headline says Knight-Swift to remain on the merger and acquisition prowl. Still looking at LTL targets. Who might be next on the list, right? Okay, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Well, hello, Scarecrow. Didn't know if we'd hear from you or not this morning.
Well, no, I really hadn't figured it myself, but the fodder just keeps coming along here for begging to be discussed and whatnot. No, Brain Dead certainly sound like he's talking about a good old boys club there. Kind of like, well, I know in the railroad industry, it's pretty tough for women to make inroads in there. There's a few that get in there, but that screams good old boys club. I was shown, that the girls, they can do what the guys can do, and this goes years back. But I had a customer. I was in there several times a week, and the facility, they were double overhead doors. You backed inside the building. The doors are maybe 20 foot, 18 foot wide. Each served 2 docks with 3-4 feet between trailers. And the trick was, once you got inside that last 4 or 5 feet, you had to kick your tractor over, so that next person could get in, to the dock alongside you. Well, there's a Canadian truck, and this little girl, Steve, that got out of that, she maybe stood 5'3" if she had spiked heels on, and she was back there to open the doors, and I really felt like this is my position. I should go out and at least help her swing the doors open, but no, she handled it. She got them out. Steve, she nailed that dock on the first pass. A 53-foot wagon, and there wasn't maybe about 4 feet between the front of the truck and that door when she got in position. But no, that nailed it for me. She they can do what has to be done.
Yeah.
But so no, I guess since it won't be available Friday, I'm kind of throwing a little casualness on Thursday here. Now, I guess we fully have to believe that when that Hall of Famer gets to calling in a report on his week off, we're going to be hearing about these suicidal fish again down in the Carolinas that are just jumping into that boat.
And committing suicide.
Do I not call that?
Suicide fish.
It's going to be, the thoughts are he must have probably a second trailer down there, a reefer unit, that for all this game that he hauls home with him on a regular basis and such. Now, mind my words, of course, you'll probably be fed that whole line at the show next week there, but that's just to prepare you for that now. Horse feathers there. He called that right. The young learn from the old. You're a product of your environment, as the saying goes. We have the current generation and a couple generations now of drivers that don't have a clue. It's all about me. And I'm talking about four-wheeler types, yet we know the large car types are leaning that direction these days too. But no, what we see as totally unacceptable, driving behavior these days is the norm. The up and coming drivers don't realize that what a hazard they are, to the rest of us out here. I've often thought they should generate some bumper stickers. Think old school. Do headlights and turn signals. That'd be a novelty. Such, but it is nuts. The driving that's taking place out here. We got a construction zone, 9 up here in I-90-94 that, and it's not extremely hazardous, but it's marked 60 miles an hour. And my radar, it'll show 80-mile-an-hour traffic pulling away from me going through there. It's just unreal. But and let's see, the heck did Heat Wave have that collision avoidance, all this electronic stuff.
Yep.
I've just about eaten the windshield, stopping for bridges, overpasses. I might have shared a couple weeks back. It was a small cooler as the wind blew across the road in front of me. Yeah, I about ate the windshield on that one. But yeah, this it's not proven technology by any means. I am curious. There were quite a few that called in maybe a week or two back, commenting on all the electronics in their rigs, lane diversion and alert and all this and that. And I was curious if in our situation, now this is Ryder, maybe each company can set their perimeters, but if I'm coming up on a vehicle and this interactive cruise control, if it starts slowing me down, I can override that just stepping down on the throttle and pull up within a reasonably safe distance before I pull out the pass. Where I see trucks, and I'm not dropping names, but I've got a couple of JB Hunt drivers up this way that they're pulling out 600-800 feet back and tying up that left lane for mile after mile after mile, and there's trucks passing on the right to get them around them. I'm just wondering if some of these drivers maybe aren't aware that they can step down on the throttle to and stay in that slow lane until a little more appropriate time to pull out. That's just something I'd like to hear from others. If they are able to do that, or maybe they're not aware of it. And let's see, where else were we going here? I made note last night where the population of our house is going to double over the next couple of days. And this afternoon I'll run up to Minneapolis to pick up daughter-in-law and granddaughter, and Stewie, he'll fly into La Crosse Friday afternoon. I guess it is Friday. Either way, the thoughts are, I don't know if I should put the touch on Rambler or not. This falls in his line. Last May when he brought the pickup and camper and dog for us to take care of, he also brought an aquarium with 4 little Petras or Teslas or something like that. Either way, Steve, these fish, 2 of them lasted, I believe, 2 days in our place. By the end of the week, all 4 were history. Now, my bride, she went to the pet store yesterday, and we now have 4 fresh ones, so to speak. And the thoughts are, the kids don't know about this. Our youngest son, he knows what's going on, but the Koreans, they don't know that there's a new breed of fish in the house.
Uh-oh.
So the thoughts are, it just might need a little assistance from Rambler on this one to aid in the survival of the new breed of fish that are swimming around in there. But that's maybe above and beyond the call of duty on for him and whatnot. So there's other things that maybe I can hold on to the loneliest hour there tonight. We'll see what happens.
See what we have going on. All right. Well, thank you much, Scarecrow. You have a great morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Just taking a look at some of the folks we'll be chatting with there at the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. They've actually got her name's Leslie. I think she's out of Nashville. She's kind of like an an agent that they've hired to kind of line up folks for interviews. Yeah, starting here, I guess this will be the final day. They're going from the bottom of the list toward the top. Tony Justice, of course, Tony's going to be opening the Friday night concert there at Freedom Hall. Most of you, I'm sure, familiar with Tony Justice. Always a big hit there at the Mid-America Truck Show, but actually full-time truck driver for a living. So we'll get a chance to talk to Tony after his performance on Friday night, so he can kind of give us an update. And I think he's got a new album that we'll be talking about there. Of course, looks like who we got? I'm not familiar with Bruce Wilson. Bruce Wilson, YouTube trucking influencer. Anybody familiar with this guy? Let's see. Hot Shot Secret sponsoring his latest pooling truck. All right, so he's one of the NTPA guys, I guess. His pooling truck called Business Expense. He'll be available at the booth signing autographs from 11 till noon on Saturday, all right? Of course, then I assume he'll be out there on the track pooling later on Saturday evening when the NTPA Mack Trailer Nationals take place there at Freedom Hall. Of course, there in the Hot Shot Secret booth, Joel Morrow will actually have his truck that'll be there on display through the weekend. I believe, what is the name of that? Purple Rain, if memory serves. Got his purple truck. So, of course, and he's a truck test driver. Get a chance to haven't chatted with Joel in quite some time. But we'll be talking about what it's like to test trucks for Aloha, Volvo, what all's involved in that. Looking on up, one of our Outlaw Diesel Super Series racers. We'll kind of kick things off there on Saturday. Michael Dalton, obviously. Kyle probably got him lined up for that. He'll have his race car in the booth, talking about the 2023 racing season. All right, who else on the list? Shannon Courier with the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. Of course, there'll be a lot to cover there. They've got so much going on. They've got the Louisville Slugger baseball bat with Shell and St. Christopher Fund logos, autographed by Cal Ripken Jr. That'll be on display at the Matt's booth and the Shell booth. This is all going to be part of the Shell auction benefiting the St. Christopher Fund. Got a bunch more we'll be talking about there. Who else? Before Shannon Courier, of course, we'll be chatting with Michael Brunetti with our friends at Bostrom Seating, talking about the Bostrom Ride seats, products, partnerships with, of course, they've got the partnership with Serta. Bostrom is actually going to be introducing some new products we'll be talking about there. All right, Sarah Lee will actually be joining us once again this year with Waypoint Vets. Last year, Chris Gabrelchik, of course, we sat down with Chris for a bit, and that's the plan again. Trying to look at the timing here. Looks like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll sit down with Chris and chat about the latest with Hot Shot Secret, and then Sarah Lee will join us during that conversation for 20, 30 minutes and talk about plans for the 2023 Hot Shot Secret donation to the Waypoint Vets. How much are we going to match this year? So just a few of the things we'll have going there at the Mid-America Truck Show.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Interest rates are going up again.
The committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a quarter percentage point, bringing the target range to 4 3/4 to 5%.
That's Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, who added,
The process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy.
Powell did go on to say the nation's banking system is sound and resilient. Wall Street is closing with stocks sharply lower after the Federal Reserve's latest interest rate hike. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 530 points. The S&P 500 dropped 65 points, and the Nasdaq fell 190 points. Police in Denver are looking for a suspect after 2 faculty members were shot at East High School in that city. Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas says it happened when a student was being searched for a weapon.
As part of a safety plan, they were undergoing a search. During that search, obviously a weapon was retrieved, a handgun was retrieved, and several shots were fired, striking those 2 individuals.
The 2 faculty members are listed in serious and critical condition. The suspect fled the scene, but police know who they are looking for. The New York City grand jury hearing the case against former President Trump was told to stay home today, but they could meet again tomorrow. They're investigating alleged money paid to adult film actress Stormy Daniels by former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen to cover up an alleged affair. The CDC is now saying 3 people have died from using contaminated eye drops. An additional 8 people have lost their vision in at least one eye, while several others have had to have their eyeball surgically removed. It's all due to a strain of a bacteria that is drug resistant. An historic launch is set to take place tonight from Cape Canaveral in Florida. The first fully 3D printed rocket is set to blast off. 2 previous launches were scrubbed due to technical issues. The launch window for tonight is set to open at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The head of Moderna testifying today before a Senate panel trying to justify why they are quadrupling the price of their COVID vaccine. Committee member Senator Bernie Sanders reminding the company how the vaccine came to be.
As a matter of public record, U.S. taxpayers spent $12 billion on the research, development, and procurement of the NIH Moderna COVID vaccine.
Moderna announced they will be charging $130 for the vaccine in the private market compared to the $26 they charge the government right now. Also on Capitol Hill, the head of Norfolk Southern Railroad, who testified before a Senate hearing looking into the toxic crash in East Palestine, Ohio. Alan Shaw telling committee members his company is determined to clean up the site and take care of residents.
We're in the planning stages of developing a long-term medical compensation fund, a property value assurance program, and a longer-term water testing program.
Shaw added the railroad supports some parts of the Bipartisan Railway Safety Act, but wouldn't say what parts they disagree with. You could hear some familiar music at the coronation of King Charles. Spotify released the official coronation celebration playlist, which features a roster of legendary British musicians. The 27-song playlist includes tracks like Queen's We Are the Champions, David Bowie's Let's Dance, and The Who's Love Reign Over Me. It also features newer artists like Ed Sheeran, Harry Styles, and Kate Bush. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
A transplant to Texas gets to the winner's circle twice with help of some old friends from Wisconsin. Another from the Dairyland state says cheese for the cameras after 2 victories of his own. And Chip Shawana will always be special for 3 others who posted their very first national win. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 4th annual NTPA Ship Shawana Spring Nationals is now a matter of record, with 5 divisions performing for a cheering crowd at Northeastern Indiana's Michiana Event Center. Without any points or championships at stake, several competitors took the opportunity to push their vehicles to new heights of horsepower, offering fans of the NTPA circuit a thrilling preview of the regular season to come. In the 20.8-inch tire Hot Farm division, the Session 1 trophy was split between 2 Indiana competitors who exceeded the 320-foot track limit. Colton Bomber's Daddy's Money from Brookville and Mike Robbins' Fire in the Hole from Greensburg opted to save their stuff for a rematch on Saturday night. Then, Mike's son Calvin slipped into the seat of Dad's International 1456 and scored the longest distance of the weekend at 321 feet. The 3x3-inch turbocharger Superfarm division saw Fairgrove, Michigan's Lee Butts and his Press-On 1066 make a late-class pass for the W on Friday night. The veteran, whose career began 50 years ago with single and multi-engine modifieds, has been occasionally ceding the driving chores to grandson Aiden. But on this night, Lee captured the flag himself with the only 300-plus distance. Then on Saturday night, Tony Sietsema's Wolverine Deer 4430 of Allendale, Michigan, was piloted by trusted crewman Michael Pitch and scored the first victory of the weekend for the Green Ones and the first ever for Pitch. The 3-inch Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 truck division, sponsored nationally by Stainless Diesel, had 2 pullers trading places over the course of the 2 nights. On Friday, it was Stacy Gwynn of Albany, Ohio, and his tangerine orange Juiced Up Dodge that put the squeeze on the Diesels with a 311-foot distance, 3 feet better than Jordan Jackson's Billet Steel and Sex Appeal. Bud Jackson of Connorsville, Indiana, roared back in his own Ram to win a 4-truck pull-off on Saturday night that also included Gwynn, Region 2 South champion Mike Burton's Backwoods Evolution, and Corey Franks causing trouble. The 4.1-inch Charger Limited Pro Stock division was ruled both nights by the man in the machine who last year similarly dominated both halves of Region 3. Kevin Lindstrom and his Hyper Harvester 1466 now have 4 crowns from Chip Shawana to display on the mantle alongside his Enterly pull-off checks and division title. Lindstrom hails from and promotes a June pull in Ellsworth, Wisconsin. The 10,000-pound Pro Stock division was fortified on one night by the Extra Butter Minneapolis Moline of local hero Russ Yoder. But Butter's engine experienced too much churn on Friday and spun a bearing, rendering Yoder a spectator for Saturday. Both sessions, as it happened, were claimed by John Link for the past 30 years of Hereford, Texas, but previously from Wisconsin. 2 years ago, Link returned to the sport he grew up on with a Lemke performance-prepared International 5688 called Revelation Pro, and the 2 trophies he hoisted in Chip Shawana were the first of his second act. The NTPA's series of indoor invitationals rolls on to the final night of the Mid-American Trucking Show in Louisville, Kentucky for the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals on Saturday, April 1st. Tickets remain available via a special link found only at ntpapull.com before they go on sale to the general public next week. Or you can stream all the festivities start to finish at ntpa.tv. We'll have a complete list of Mack Trailer Winter Nationals competitors in next week's report. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty, looking forward to that. NTPA Tractor Pulls Mid-American Truck Show. All under the same roof. All right, let's get back to our calls here. See what's going on, I believe. Would that be Hoover? Morning.
Hey, Steve, I forgot to tell you last night. Google Steve Summers' net worth, and it comes up with a guy that writes books, and you're worth $54 million according to Minister.
Oh boy, $54 million! Wow. Is that the Steve Summers guy? There was a guy that went by the name Steve Summers that worked for many, many, many years at WFAN, I believe it was, in New York. His last name was S-U-M-M-E-R-S, I think, rather than S-O, but I think he's worth a lot of money.
Yeah, this guy, he's a book writer or something. And the picture don't even look like you. And I tried to tell him, I said, no, that guy's a book writer. No, that's Steve, right? I know he's worth that much money.
Yeah, boy.
Said, okay, whatever you think.
Right.
So, yeah, That's just what I want to tell you. I forgot to tell you last night. I thought that was pretty funny, though.
Well, I mean, maybe he's talking about the Stephen Summers, which is Stephen. Stephen Summers. He's the guy that writes books, and I think he's the one that wrote the Mummy, the films, the Mummy series. You see on the film credits, Stephen Summers is the name of the guy. That's probably who it is. He would be worth $54 million.
Yeah, but you're worth $54 million.
Oh yeah,
he called me. Yeah, he called me so excited that he found out you're worth all that money. I said, no. I don't think he's worth that much.
about let's see, 53,995,000 less.
Yeah. So I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
Yeah, that's great.
That's about how stupid he is.
All right.
He's not the brightest.
Not the brightest bulb.
Turn upon turn.
I hear you. All right. Well, Uber in. There you go. Thank you much. Yeah, Steve Summers. Steve Summers worth $54 million. I wish. What do you think Steve Summers' net worth is, Pappy?
I don't know if it's $54 million. I knew you were like my best buddy, right?
You're right. What's going on?
Oh man, what's happening? Hey man, the Haverkamp Foundation. Yeah, man, that's they have done a tremendous amount of good for the policing community here in Hamilton County. I'll tell you that. I know the county's got quite a few canines from them too. So hey, yeah, another congrats to little Steve there, man. Steve, I will tell you something, man. You got to be in shape to be a canine officer, man. I remember many moons ago, we had a guy that was shot, and the canine officer was like, hey, they always take somebody with them, right? Most 99% of the time, if they can, they will take somebody with them to go on the track.
Mm-hmm.
And so the canine went, hey, you want to go? I'm back then. Like, yes, sir. Let's go, man. Saddle up. Dude, let me tell you something. Like to kick my butt. You know, when that dog puts his nose down, he gets a scent. They start taking off, man. And you got to keep up. So yeah, it's no joke, man.
Yeah.
So I learned real fast. Hey, you want to go with the canine on the track? Nope. I'm gonna sit right here in my car, maintain the perimeter while you younger folks go do that, man. Yeah, but hey, he graduated the Matt Haverkamp. He graduated from Colerain High School. Yes, sir.
Matt Haverkamp?
Yes, sir.
Really?
Graduated from Colerain. He became an officer, I'm not sure when, late 90s maybe. Wanting to say he got on smaller department here in the county. Gulf Manor, I'm wanting to say.
Mm-hmm.
And he was killed in a car crash back around, 2006, 2005, maybe somewhere around there. It's been quite a few years. His family started this foundation, man, and it's been tremendous. How many dogs did you say? How many dogs that they were able to purchase for the surrounding area?
Stryker will be number 98.
Wow. Steve, these dogs aren't cheap.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Not cheap. So yeah, kudos. And what did you say that you and the princess are going to be out there doing this 5K walk?
We're going to be walking. Yes. If you think I could walk 5K?
I don't, Steve. I'm telling you, man. If I walk 5K, I'm going to be sore the next day.
I mean, how many cigarettes can I smoke in a 5K?
Yeah, right.
Oh boy.
Well, kudos to you. It should be a good time. There's a flyer up at the district on that. But let's hope it don't rain. The weather's good for you, man.
I mean, are they gonna try to tell me I got to start in the back of the pack? I mean, you don't think I'm going to be able to actually walk 5K without smoking a few cigarettes, do you?
Well, I know I probably would. You know. But hey, man, did you hear about this shooting in a Denver high school?
2 administrators is what I saw. I didn't really delve into it.
What the heck? I just heard about this tonight, and apparently, Steve, I guess this woke high school, decided that after the George Floyd thing, that they were going to do away with their school resource officers, right? Defund the police. Here's what threw me for a loop, is that this student was put more than on a watch list. I forget the exact term they use. I guess like a watch list. Every morning, he had to be patted down for a weapon before they would let him enter the school.
Really?
I'm thinking to myself, what? So I think what happened here is these administrators, because they did away with the school resource, these administrators were patting him down. I don't know how well trained they are to it, but I guess went to pat him down today, and guess what?
He pulled out the gun.
He pulled out a gun and shot him. But the question is, if you have to pat down a student before you allow, why are you even allowing him?
Why is he in?
What has he done?
Yes.
To be flagged like that. So I don't know, and they were so concerned for the public safety, they actually put a picture of him. The news media put a picture of him. I think he was a male, black, 17 years old, and I guess they found a vehicle that he was driving in a nearby town close by. I'm not sure how far he was away from the school, but they found his vehicle, and the last update was they found a body somewhat close to the vehicle. They didn't confirm that it's this boy yet or not, but it's pretty much the assumption here.
Wow.
So, but you know what? It's funny that, I mean, the mainstream media isn't carrying this 24/7. Like they normally would. And I don't know, Steve. I hate to say it, it's probably because their policies,
Well,
don't work.
I pulled up the story here, and like you said, yeah, I mean, he was subject to daily search, pat down for weapons. I mean, I don't know, but when I was young, you got expelled for you didn't have to do a whole lot to even get expelled. I mean, just being unruly too many times got your ass kicked out.
Yeah. Yes, sir. You're getting too many fights, right?
Yeah.
Just a little fist fight, man. You're done. See you.
Out.
Man, Steve, I don't know if I mentioned this on here or not. I remember watching this documentary about a year ago, and it was in Chicago school district, and it was about all the kids that had been expelled out of the public schools, and they had to be sent to this other school, right? Because they were too wild and crazy for the public school system. Oh my God, Steve. It was, I mean, they had like 3 or 4 security guards on the bus. Just it had to be on the bus with these kids to try to keep them in line. And it was just watching the way these kids act, to the teachers. I mean, we've talked about how kids are acting these days.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them, not all of them. Just unbelievable, But hey, real quick, I'll get off here. I don't know. I sent you an email Bongino was talking about it today. I think I mentioned this several months ago, but Texas filed a lawsuit against the federal government for interfering with First Amendment speech on social medias, right?
Mm-hmm.
On Twitter file type thing. Well, a judge today or yesterday ruled that this lawsuit is going to go forward. And it's a big crunch to the Biden administration because now, since this is going forward, there's going to be a lot of evidence coming out, right?
Things like the Twitter files and the little clip you sent me said where the Biden administration colluded with social media companies to censor debate on multiple issues, including the 2020 presidential election and the COVID pandemic. Surprise, surprise.
Yes, sir. That other attachment in there is a letter, right?
Correct.
Sent to the social media saying that, hey, it was about Tucker Carlson.
Mm-hmm.
He had a couple people on the show saying, man, that shot's not effective. And one lady was saying, I'm not going to take it, right? Well, I guess this clip of his show was making its rounds on social media. So that letter, some of it's redacted.
Correct.
Is saying to the person in charge there, hey, I thought we talked about squashing some of this, man. You know, doesn't look like you're squashing it to me. What's the term they use? I can't remember exactly. Reduction, and these types of, you know how they do their.
Correct. And it's an email from, I guess, someone at the World Health Organization, Rob Farty.
Well, it gets better, Steve.
And it was sent to someone at Facebook.com.
Go backwards. You see who sent that. It's got, what's it say? EOP /WHO?
WHO.eop.gov. What's EOP?
EOP, Steve, Executive Office of the President.
Oh.
Look at when you scroll down all the way at the bottom, it gives his job title there.
Director of Digital Strategy. The White House.
Assigned to the White House, Steve. So they got their hand caught in the cookie jar. And that's just the beginning of what's going to be coming out in a courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
So, like again, here we go saying, oh, it's just conspiracy. Right-wingers and their conspiracies, right? Just proven to be fact.
You got the paper trail, the confirmation of the email discussing why are these things still showing up on Facebook. Thought we talked about this.
Steve, what conservatives do is we present the facts with proof, right? Bring the receipts. We could have sat back all this week and did what? We could have called Braggs, the DA in Manhattan. We could have sat back and said, oh, he's a racist, man. He's a male black attacking Trump because he's white. That's what the left does.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody said that. Nobody brought it up. What did we do? We presented facts. Well, not we, but presented facts just like you read off at the beginning of your show. How Cohen's a liar, he can't be trusted. And it took other attorneys to force their way into the grand jury because the district attorney was trying to keep them out. He didn't want their testimony in there because he knew. that they were going to make Cohen look like an idiot, like a liar, uncredible. Therefore, his statements can't be trusted. So, all right, my man. Yeah, it's still kind of raining out here a little bit.
Sounds like we're going to get a whole bunch of rain, I guess, over the next couple of days.
Yeah.
Later today, Friday. Yep.
Yeah. Sounds like that tornado out there in L.A. was like 10 miles south from my daughter out there. Should have called her. Hey, man, did you see that tornado? So, yeah, that's kind of unusual, right, for L.A. to get hit with a tornado.
Absolutely.
You know, kind of unusual. But then again, we know what the left's going to claim, right?
Climate change, global warming.
Yes, sir. Send us some more money so we can fight this climate change, right? All right, my man. Be safe, everybody.
Thank you much, Pappy. Have a good morning. It's actually it's an email chain, two emails. The original email reads, and it's from Rob Farty, EOP, which Pappy just explained, at the World Health Organization, at the .gov address to, and it's redacted the name. Could it be Mark Zuckerberg? Who could it be? At FB.com, Facebook, which reads, subject line, Tucker. Since we've been on the phone, the top post about vaccines today is Tucker Carlson saying they don't work. Yesterday, it was Tommy Lauren saying she won't take one. This is exactly why I want to know what reduction actually looks like. If reduction means pumping our most vaccine hesitant audience, with Tucker Carlson saying it doesn't work, then I'm not sure it's reduction. What he means by reduction is these posts are not supposed to appear on Facebook. That's from the director of digital strategy at the White House to someone at Facebook. Response from Facebook, again, it's redacted to this guy, says, thanks. I saw the same thing when we hung up. I'm running this down. In other words, we'll get it removed. That's what was going on, and that was dated back in 2021. Yeah, headline, federal judge delivers major setback to Biden administration in a pivotal censorship case. The case will go forward.
USA News update. Interest rates are going up again.
The committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 1/4 percentage point, bringing the target range to 4 3/4 to 5%.
That's Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, who added it's going to be a long and bumpy ride to get inflation back to 2%. Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower after that Federal Reserve latest interest rate hike announcement. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 530 points. The S&P 500 dropped 65 points. The Nasdaq fell 190 points. Florida's Space Coast is preparing for an historic late-night launch. Relativity Space will try to get its first ever fully 3D printed rocket into orbit for a third time. 2 previous attempts were scrubbed due to technical issues. The launch window is set to open at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388.
The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, back to the Manhattan District Attorney. Liz Wheeler shared this past day that George Soros gave $1 million to Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's campaign. Now, this same Alvin Bragg's, the district attorney, Bragg's downgraded 52% of felonies to misdemeanors in New York City in 2022. Letting the bad guys get off for lesser offenses. Now the same Bragg's trying to elevate a piddly misdemeanor to a felony because it's Trump. This is unequivocally political persecution. Alan Dershowitz says, looks like they're having second thoughts about this case. It could be the reason yesterday they gave the grand jury in the case the day off. I think Bragg must be having a lot of second thoughts, must be under a lot of pressure, even from some Democrats who fear that this may backfire. There's really no chance that an indictment in this case can succeed. There's too many barriers. First of all, the statute of limitations is 2 years for a misdemeanor. It's 5 years for a felony. Obviously, the statute provides that if he's trying to run away or escape, if you don't know where they are, the statute doesn't account for those periods of time.
But everybody knew where he was. He was in the White House. He came to New York from time to time. They could have easily indicted him. Bragg's predecessor decided that wasn't a strong enough case. That, first of all, that's going to be very difficult to overcome. So he impaneled a grand jury to hear evidence that Trump falsified business records, $130,000 payment, Stormy Daniels, to keep her silent. Now, an indictment from the grand jury has been anticipated, but further testimony, including Monday of Cohen's attorney, Robert Costello, that includes emails from Cohen saying he acted alone in making the payment without Trump's knowledge, actually impeaches Cohen's testimony in front of the panel. They may now put out an indictment that may put it out of reach. Now, they're stringing together this felony and misdemeanor statute, so I expect he is having second thoughts. I think probably Costello gave him some nightmares by testifying in front of the grand jury that Cohen had actually told him he'd done this alone and he would lie in order to stay out of prison. I think Bragg has to worry now, ethically, whether he can put Cohen on the witness stand knowing his past history of lying. It's pretty much, that's his status quo. That's what he does. Morning Eagle, what's going on out there?
Oh, yeah, I'm doing okay, brother. Yeah, I'm kind of stopped up a little bit. Allergies, yeah, I'm back down south again. I got out of the cool weather out of Chicago, so yeah, I'm gonna have to get me some allergy pills tomorrow. It look like these damn trees down here, and let's see, where the hell am I at right now? Yeah, I'm close to Arkansas right now. Yeah, they got a lot of, it's kind of warm down here. I'm surprised I got the air conditioner on, as a matter of fact. Last night when I talked to you, I was up in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and it was cold outside. Mm-hmm. It's actually pretty warm here in Little Rock. Yeah, Steve, before I get to some bad news, man, about Chevrolet, I want to talk about truck driving, the truck driving issue. We've talked about this before. And, you know, I can understand now, Steve, it's almost embarrassing at this point, you know, why a lot of organizations and companies don't like trucks parking on their parking lot because of all the trash and garbage. But down here in Little Rock, these guys have taken it to the extreme down here in Little Rock, Steve. They got a rest area right before you get to Little Rock on Interstate 40, where it's trucks only parking. And man, I told you about this maybe about 6 months ago. The amount of trash and garbage that these guys leave in the morning when they leave the truck stop, when they leave the rest area, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. I mean, there's trash bags all over the ground, garbage, you name it. The guys just open up their window and throw the bag out and put the truck in gear and pull on out. And these cars see this. Everybody sees this when you drive by, Steve. It's not hard to see this stuff laying on the ground like that. If people see this, and then when I got to the truck stop, it's even worse. I'm pretty sure that they're gonna close this ramp off. That's the reason why a lot of states now don't like for trucks to park on their ramps. You know, we go off ramps and on ramps, Steve. At the petrol truck stop at the exit 161 mile marker down here in Little Rock, and I mean everybody sees it's right across the street from a major Freightliner dealership that sells trucks. It's probably one of the nicest Freightliner dealerships in the U.S. There's trash and garbage. I mean, when I drove by there today this afternoon around about 2 or 3 o'clock, Steve, I couldn't believe how much trash and garbage was laid on the ground. Right there, trash cans, you know, they got trash buckets and everything for people to throw their trash can in. And people still throw their garbage out on the ground and pull on out and roll on down the freeway. It's just embarrassing. I don't know who's doing it, but they ought to be ashamed of themselves. You know, because I make sure, Steve, I don't even park around other trucks. When when I go to a truck stop at night or wherever I park at, I try to park, off on the curb or not close to other trucks, because I don't want people to think I'm one of these people that's responsible for doing that. I try to stay away from a lot of these truck drivers. They call themselves professional. There's nothing professional about these guys. It's just embarrassing to be associated with some of these people. I'm over 20-year veteran of truck driving, and I take pride in what I do. And I wish other drivers would do the same. It's just sad at this point. Now, here's the bad news, Steve. Here's the bad news, because like I say, I'm old school. I grew up, with I wish that they still made manual vehicles. I'm in an automatic truck right now. Not due to, if I had anything to say about it, it would be automatic. They wouldn't even make automatics as far as I'm concerned, but every truck would be a manual. But I grew up in the old days, Steve, when I first started driving, everything was manual back in the 80s, late 80s when I started driving cars, just about everything. Okay, I got some bad news today. Well, I didn't even know about it because they kept it real secret. You can probably look it up after I hang up with you. Chevrolet has decided that January 2024 will be the last year that they're making the Chevrolet Camaro. Yep. I was in shock when I heard that. I couldn't believe that they were discontinuing the Chevrolet Camaro. And they say that it might be replaced. It won't be called a Camaro, but it will be replaced with an electric vehicle. That's even more of a slap in the face, that they would get rid of a muscle car and replace it with an electric vehicle. Chevrolet ought to be ashamed of themselves for doing something like that. And like I said, they kept it real quiet. Like I said, so now all you got is a Ford, and I'll never be seen driving a Ford. As much as I like Ford, Ford Mustangs, it's a good-looking car and everything, but I can't be seen driving a Ford. So as much as I want, I have been holding off on buying a new vehicle, Steve, but since Chevrolet is claiming this is going to be the last model year, I'm probably going to be looking around for a nice Chevrolet to buy in the next few months before, I still got plenty of time before January of 2024, but I'm going to be looking around for a nice Chevrolet Camaro to buy, since they decided to discontinue. And it really puts NASCAR in a real bad bind, Steve, because NASCAR, that's what they run, is the Chevrolet Camaro. So they, from what I read about NASCAR today, they don't know what they're going to run in 2024 because the Camaro is discontinued. So I don't know what the hell kind of car NASCAR is going to be running next year. So it even puts NASCAR in an even worse spot. What type of vehicle they're going to be driving in that year. So it's devastating news for people that support Chevrolet. I don't understand why they're discontinuing that vehicle, because it seems like they sell a lot of them. I see a lot of them riding around on the highway when I'm driving. So maybe you can look it up and find out if it was sales, what made these people decide they didn't want to sell the Camaro. But like I say, I'm very devastated about this news, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, yeah, I had, matter of fact, I had that story right here, right beside me, and the numbers, the sales numbers are down. Let's see, in the next generation, the current generation, when it came out in 2016, Chevrolet said they sold 72,705. By the end of 2021, the number was almost down 70%. They sold 21,893. It did bounce back a little bit last year, 24,652. But yeah, the announcement yesterday, they're going to stop making the current generation early next year. See, the current generation, is there going to be the next generation, right? Because obviously this current generation Camaro doesn't look anything like the old Camaros. Now, the future of the car, which is raced on NASCAR and other circuits, it's a bit murky. GM says another generation may be in the works. While we are not announcing an immediate successor, rest assured, this is not the end of Camaro's story. Scott Bell, vice president of Chevrolet, yesterday. So GM said the last of the 2024 model year will come off the assembly line in Lansing, Michigan in January. So they'll be available through this year, and I guess that's till they sell out the 2024 model year. Spokesman says he can't say anything more about a future Camaro We're not saying anything specific right now. We have an understanding with auto racing sanctioning bodies that the 6th generation car can continue racing. GM will have parts available. The Camaro body will stay on the racetrack. NASCAR said because the Generation 6 was in production when GM originally got permission to race, it remains qualified to race in both NASCAR Cup and Xfinity Series races. GM's going to offer a collector's edition package of the 2024 Camaro, both the RS and the SS, and a limited number of high-performance ZL1 Camaros. All right, the collector's edition cars will have ties to the first generation Camaro from the 1960s. It's GM code name Panther. They didn't give any specifics, but at least for the time being, yeah, it's still going to be on the track. But what's going to be next is the bigger question, I guess. What's happening, Hillbilly?
Good morning, Steve. How we doing today?
Hanging with them.
Hey, is Happy former cop from Cincinnati?
He's a current Hamilton County.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. He was talking about being on the with the dog handler, the canine unit. I was kind of laughing at that. I'm like, yeah, them dogs can run. But I didn't know he was still in the an officer.
Sure is.
Okay, cool. That's cool to know. Congratulations on Stephen getting his dog. When does he start his training?
I think the training starts maybe, I don't know if the training starts in May or what. Maybe it is May.
Okay, so they'll be put together to start training together.
Correct.
Okay, cool. What I really called about, what the hell is the Fed thinking?
What is it?
Raising interest rates. So what's the federal government raising interest rates? What the hell are they thinking?
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't the half point they were talking about, but I mean, last week the word was that they're going to have to stop raising completely, or maybe even look at a reduction in the rate.
I mean, it makes me think that conspiracy theories are right, that they want to kill the bank in the United States. I mean, you already got things failing and you keep on raising them. That's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just my opinion. I can't think what else I want to think about. Talk about that. Brain fart. Oh, Doc Holliday. I was listening to his call last night. We all should get together and go out to Doc's place and bring the casino to him. What do you think?
I bet he'd probably like that. He'd take all our money, though.
I think it's good. Well, can't really say only mine at the house. I just bring a little bit with me. He can't get it all. I think that's a good idea if we can get some group of us together and go out there and visit them. It'll sure cheer his spirits up, because I know how it is to be in a cash and can't do nothing like that. He just go crazy, especially if he can't get to the casino like he likes to go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Steve, that's all I got tonight.
All right, thank you for checking in there, Hillbilly. Have a great morning, and it is 844-844-3388. And he lived to tell the tale. Yeah, amazing. A truck driver came away without major injuries after crashing off an Arizona interstate in the Flagstaff area yesterday morning. Summit Fire and Medical responded to a report damage to a guardrail eastbound I-40, about 4:30 in the morning. When first responders arrived on the scene, they found a semi-tractor trailer had fallen off the road, traveled a significant distance down an embankment. Yeah, firefighters said there were no injuries from the crash. However, it's a good reminder that even when the roads are wet and not icy, they still pose a danger to motorists traveling too fast. Please slow down. Be mindful of the conditions you drive in. Then yet, here we are, another week, another train-truck collision. Drivers in Schertz, Texas, caught video of the stuck semi-truck that was hit by a train on Tuesday about 8:45 in the morning. A car hauler loaded with passenger vehicles becoming stuck at the railroad crossing, hit by a Union Pacific train in this case. The driver was able to get out of the cab before the train hit the truck. But so many of these tractor trailers getting hung up, caught at the various railroad crossings. That's like 3 of them in the past week. It is 844-844-3388. Well, let's take it up to the top of the hour. Let's get Pup. Morning, Pup. What's happening?
Oh, not much. How are you tonight, Steve?
Thursday. Getting close to the weekend.
I hear you. Just a drizzly old night tonight. But, hey, I was calling in to answer Scarecrow's question. It's not the drivers that are doing that in these newer trucks. The trucks themselves are set up to go faster on the cruise than they are the foot feed, and they won't allow us to override them anymore by pushing on the accelerator. So in order to keep your speed up, and they start registering a little over a quarter mile away. And in order for that truck not to slow down, you have to get out in the left lane. If people don't like it, start calling the companies and have them turn that feature off. I don't know why they're setting them up that way. But I don't know if these other guys that are... Walmart's having a hiring blitz for drivers. And they're wanting to get rid of all their independent contractors and just go to all Walmart trucks.
Mm-hmm.
And they are guaranteeing your first year is $110,000 with plenty of home time. So if the guys were interested in something like that, they could check it out. And then the show right before yours on TNC's at Landline.
Yes.
And Horse Feathers was talking last night that TA there in Nashville that's going to close was named after that
Candy Bass.
lady.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now they're going to let her pick her own another one to name, and she picked the one there at Wildwood, Florida. So they're going to have a rededication sometime this summer. The date's not been confirmed yet.
Okay.
But, I just happened to catch that, and since he asked that question last night, I thought, well, if you don't read it off, I'll say something.
Yes, yeah, I had not seen that. So yeah, Candy was one of the earlier Citizen Driver Award nominees, like Monkey Gouger, and of course she's actually at the Mid America Truck Show next week. She's one of 4 new inductees to the Wall of Fame there in Louisville.
We're not going to be able to make it again this year, so. But I look forward to listening to your reports and stuff. But other than that, that's about all I had for you. But I know some of our P&D guys have left to go to work for Walmart, the guys that live closer to their DCs. But I don't know. But I know $110,000 a year and be home, pretty regular, pretty decent pace. Figured I'd let them know that.
Mm-hmm.
So, other than that, Steve, you have a good evening, and we'll still be listening.
Thanks for checking in, Pup. You do the same. Have a good morning and safe travels. All right, 844-844-3388. That's our number. NASA just reached a big milestone in their moon rocket assembly. The crewed Artemis 2 mission, which will launch to the moon as soon as next year, they're saying, using the SLS rocket, the core stage that's nearly ready, according to the update from NASA. On Tuesday of this week, the core stage is now fully assembled, aside from the 4 RS-25 engines that will be popped on shortly, they say. In less than 2 weeks, on April 3rd, NASA will name the 3 Americans and single Canadian that will fly around the moon for the first crewed mission since the Apollo 17 in 1972. This after the successful Artemis 1 that sent the uncrewed Orion capsule to lunar orbit back late last year. Looks like SLS, not quite as tall as the Saturn V rocket, most famous for launching 6 crewed Apollo missions between 69 and 72. Standing at 322 feet tall, the SLS dwarfs the 184-foot tall space shuttle that took astronauts into orbit for 30 years. And, of course, the 2 rockets that take astronauts to the International Space Station today, SpaceX's Falcon 9 at 230 feet and the Russian Soyuz at a mere 150 feet. Now, SpaceX does have the Starship, the yet-to-be-flown Starship that stands just a shade taller, 395 feet tall, and will be more powerful with 17 million pounds of thrust. Yeah, Starship, yeah, that's a monster. SLS, still quite powerful with 8.8 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. Yeah, SLS certainly more than strong enough to send poor people around the moon and to launch infrastructure to our nearest neighbor, a.k.a. the moon. That's what NASA is counting on. All right, we'll be looking forward to that crewed mission coming up next year. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The Federal Reserve is again raising interest rates. Today's hike, 0.25 percentage point.
The process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell says the rate hikes are needed as they try to get a hold of inflation that hasn't been seen for decades. The New York City grand jury hearing the case against former President Trump was told to stay home today, but they could meet again tomorrow. They are investigating alleged money paid to adult film star Stormy Daniels by former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen to cover up an alleged affair. The head of Moderna testified today before a Senate panel trying to justify why his company is quadrupling the price of their COVID vaccine. Committee member Senator Bernie Sanders reminding the company how the vaccine came to be in the first place.
As a matter of public record, U.S. taxpayers spent $12 billion on the research, development, and procurement of the NIH Moderna COVID vaccine.
Moderna announced they will begin charging $130 for the vaccine in the private market. That's compared to the $26 they currently charge the government. The CDC is now saying 3 people have died from using contaminated eye drops. An additional 8 people have lost their vision in at least one eye, while several others have had to have their eyeball surgically removed. It's all due to a strain of bacteria that's drug resistant. An historic launch is set to take place tonight from Cape Canaveral in Florida. The first fully 3D printed rocket is set to blast off. 2 previous launches were scrubbed due to technical issues. The launch window set to open at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And supermodel Gisele Bündchen comparing her divorce from Tom Brady to death and rebirth. Speaking to Vanity Fair, she said the fact she wanted to divorce Brady over his choice to come out of retirement isn't true. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
They're assessing the damage in Los Angeles County after a rare twister touchdown this afternoon. This student was in class at Vail High School in the city of Montebello.
The teachers opened the door and then we just saw the rain. There's a lot of wind in the rain.
One person was injured and at least 5 buildings have been damaged. Police in Denver are looking for a suspect after 2 faculty members were shot at East High School in that city. Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas says it happened while the student was being searched for a weapon.
As part of a safety plan, they were undergoing a search. During that search, obviously a weapon was retrieved, a handgun was retrieved, and several shots were fired, striking those 2 individuals.
The 2 faculty members are listed in serious and critical condition. The suspect fled the scene, but police know who it is they're looking for. The man who allegedly assaulted the husband of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was in federal court today. David DePape facing charges of attempted murder and attempted kidnapping. Paul Pelosi suffered a fractured skull and serious injuries to his hands and arm in the attack back in October. DePape has already entered a plea of not guilty. Another bid is being placed to become the new owner of the Washington Commanders. According to ESPN, Canadian billionaire Steve Apostolopoulos has become the latest person to tour the Commanders stadium and training facility. He's the founder of private equity venture fund Six Ventures Incorporated. Washington has 3 known bidders, which include groups led by Josh Harris and Houston Rockets owner Tillman Fertitta. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. And good morning to our friends at TNCRadio.live, the studios Houston, Texas, where they're live on Wednesday evenings and replay Thursday mornings right after the overnight drive. Coming at 5 a.m. Tune in. TNC Radio with Tom Kirk and Christine Gray and the originals. They'll be talking this morning about the FMCSA's revamp of the CSA criteria. You'll have an opportunity to share your thoughts and concerns with the FMCSA at the Mid-America Truck Show. But first, let's clarify what they're really proposing. Then it's Angie Baum interviewing an executive from the Truckers Against Trafficking team. It's rather shocking to learn how human trafficking is spread throughout this country. Drivers, you're on the front line, and with the right training, you could save a life. It's important, and it's easier to spot than you might think. You can learn more about this sobering topic. Finally, coming up 7 a.m. Eastern Time, it's Clutch Time Sports, undoubtedly talking March Madness, as we'll do the Sweet 16 starting today, right? And then, of course, yes, you got the Sweet 16 Thursday, Friday, then the Elite 8 Saturday, Sunday. Then it's on to the Final Four. Who will it be? Other upsets coming our way. All right. All right. Good morning to Philip in Florida. So I heard on the news break there, the launch window opens 10 o'clock tonight. 3-hour window, 10 p.m. till 1 a.m.
I saw it, buddy. I saw it earlier tonight. I saw the Relativity launch. It was great.
I thought they said it was supposed to take place. It was Thursday night. It's already done.
It's done, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, it was
I
done.
thought they were saying it was going to be tonight.
It went off. It went off at. Mom woke me up because she said she would help me out. I wanted to see it. It went off around 11, around in that time, our time frame down here.
Well, hell, I missed it.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good launch. They did good. They got it up off the ground. The only problem they had was when it got up to the second stage, I think they had a fuel issue on that MVAC motor, and it lit up, but then it shut down, and then they tried to reignite it. They couldn't get it going again. So, hey, kudos to them. They got it off the ground. They had the anomaly was actually on the second stage.
Well, I mean,
they didn't have any satellite.
I think they originally said that, first of all, getting it off the ground is a big step. And they said if they could get it into orbit, that would have been off the charts.
Yeah, they didn't get it into orbit. They got it past max Q. And then after max Q, they did the separation, from first stage to second stage.
Yeah.
And then they lit the motor up. And it lit up for a few seconds, and I've seen it in the sky do that. I mean, it was a different launch than what you normally see. I mean, it was like a blue flame. It wasn't a yellow flame like the other ones have. And they couldn't get that second stage to fire right. But, hey, kudos to them, though. They did good. They got it up pretty far.
So the blue hue is because this is natural gas, isn't it? This is a natural gas fired thing or something.
Yeah, it's methane. It's the same setup that they're running on the Starship. So when you see the Starship take off at night, it's going to be the same setup. Huh. Yep, it looked really cool. It looked like you ever see like a turkey fryer, and when you're frying a turkey and you know how it's kind of like blue flames?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it kind of looked like. It looked like that. It was cool. It was neat. When it got up to the second stage and it split off, it turned into like a white light just before it burned out on the first. And then, like I said, they had ignition problems on the second motor. You could see it. They had something going on with the fuel with it. It was either with the fuel. They tried to ignite it and they couldn't get it to go.
Okay.
So, but they got it further than I thought they were going to get it. I was expecting the, worst case scenario, something on the pad, but to have an anomaly on the second stage, I mean, for your first flight, that's actually not bad at all. So the next one, though, they said it's going to be 95% built on a 3D printer. The next one it's a Terran R model is going to be the next one. So, and I got some Starship news. We're looking pretty much at probably around, they're saying toward the end of April, because they still got to get the FAA's approval on it. So they're thinking maybe around the end of April is what they're saying on the Starship. So a lot of stuff going on in the space stuff. I see you've got a lot of things going on with Mr. Trump going on, huh, Steve?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, there's lots of stuff going on, and I mean, a lot of stuff going on down here with DeSantis, and I hear he isn't making too many people happy right now. So
yeah, he's definitely not making supporters of Trump happy.
Yeah, I know. I saw the interview where he was talking about it, and yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, he hasn't officially thrown his hat in, or in the deal yet, has he?
No, he has not.
So when are they? When do you think that'll happen, Steve? Do you think it's going to happen pretty soon or not?
I haven't really heard or seen any time frame. Everything's speculation. Yeah, most people say by summertime. I mean, they need almost a year. Pretty much a year of campaigning out there. But
yeah. He's got a lot of backing. I'll tell you that much. I mean, it's going to be, if he does throw it in, it's going to be a big thing between him and Trump. But he's got a lot of backing. He's got a lot of money. But the big thing is, everybody's question is he a rhino in disguise?
Correct.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
That's the key there. He's got the backing of the likes of the Romney supporters, the McCain supporters, the Jeb Bush supporters, all those typical rhino supporters. That's who seems to be all on the bandwagon for DeSantis.
Yeah, don't even get me started on Jeb Bush, bud. I'm not a big Jeb Bush fan. He was our governor down here, right?
Yeah.
And during his tenure, there was not too many great things that happened down here, and that's all I'm going to leave it at as far as that, my opinion of him. There was a lot of things that needed to be changed and never got changed, and stuff never still got changed with Rick Scott, to be quite honest. But DeSantis has changed a lot of things down here. He truly tries to be a Floridian and tries to do what's right for the state. Some things are out there, some things I can't believe in, and some things I can't comment about because of my employer and whatnot. But it's one of those things. So, but I appreciate you having me, bud. I'll sit back and listen to everybody else, see what they got to say. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks for the update there. And when I was listening to the news break, I was thinking that relativity launch when they said the window opens at 10 p.m. Yeah, I forgot I thought it was a Thursday night, Friday morning, but yeah, the story says, as he said, they got it off the ground, did not get into orbit, but yeah, this is the first attempt. And it's not uncommon to have anomalies like this. First try. They got a whole lot of very good data that they can bring back. So, all right. Looking at 15 past the hour. What you got for us there, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, it seems like listening to the USA newscast there, a lot of it is from the evening before midnight. So when we're listening to it in the AM here after midnight there, when they're talking about the PM and that, it's already over and gone by the time we're listening to it here in the AM on
Right.
a lot of their news reports. So yeah, unless they say tomorrow or something, I've caught myself that way many a times with a news report thinking it was something, but yeah, you kind of got to watch which day they're talking about and where we're at on the clock. But so again, congratulations to Stephen and his able to be on the K9 there and going to be getting Striker and that. Now my question about Striker is Striker a German-speaking dog? I mean, do you know which language he responds with, and if so, is Stephen fluent in German or is he going to have to take German classes if his dog speaks German?
Yeah, good question.
You know, because a lot of times, the K9s there, they have them, they train them in a different language, so that number one, the perpetrators that you're trying to get after, number one, don't understand what you're telling the dog, and number two, the dog won't respond to somebody else saying something to them in English.
Right.
So they want them usually to know a different language. So I was just wondering if Steve is fluent in any foreign languages at all. Was that a major thing? Was he in school? Did he excel in a foreign language, Your Honor? Oh, wait a minute, we're talking about Stephen in school.
Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't ask what his accelerations were in school. Yeah, let's skip over that there. Sorry about that. But no, congratulations to him. He has done excellent. I'm proud to have met him, been on the cruise with him. I mean, he's an amazing young man. So, anyways, I guess I can stop blowing smoke up his dress at this point now, can't I? Yeah, we came by the site there where the accident was there on the Baltimore Beltway. Everything's all dark and quiet, so I guess they're done cleaning everything up. But I just couldn't imagine being the construction workers having to go back to work on that job site again today, and what happened yesterday. It's going to be pretty tough for them too. As much as it's hard for the families that didn't have the workers come home, it's going to be that much harder for those people that actually have to go back and work at that site and finish and continue that project until its completion. So anyways, I don't know what else we got going for you here. The AccuWeather gods have rain kind of coming in and out. Looks like we're supposed to have rain anytime from now all the way through midday, and then kind of let up for the afternoon, and then more back in the evening, and I don't know, off and on all the way through Saturday. We're supposed to have rain, and I guess there's supposed to be a cold snap that's pushing from your way, and then there's warm air coming up from the south that's going to clash, and who knows what we'll end up with weather out here. I don't know. Nothing sounds so severe, or I don't know exactly totals. I don't know if we're going to have enough to really soak the grounds that we're going to have to worry about trees tipping over if we get a little bit of breeze, like they did out there in California. It's pretty amazing that they've had more fatalities from people getting hit by falling trees.
Yeah.
Just the waterlogged ground just won't hold the trees up with a little bit of wind. They had more fatalities with that than they did with their tornado. Because it sounded like there was just one or two injuries with their tornadoes, so pretty lucky that way. But anyways, yeah, I guess the only other thing I got going for you here is I heard that the housing prices are actually come down now. Of course, with the interest rates being up and the economy the way it is, the price of houses is actually going down. But of course, the amount of money you have to pay for the house by the time you get your loan and figure in all the interest and all that is actually at least the same, or if not more, than what it was when the prices of the housings was higher. So even though the home prices are coming down, you're going to have to pay more, and hey, there's one more thing you might want to look into here, and I don't know, it's not really a national thing or anything, but the previous governor of the state there, that Larry Hogan, who turned out to be kind of I don't know, I guess he ends up being kind of a rhino. He wasn't ever in politics before he became governor, so he was just a businessman, which, made it sound like he was going to be a pretty good deal for us. He was Republican, but anyways, his I believe his chief of staff has become missing, and they're kind of looking for him, and I guess there's some deal about a book. I didn't catch the whole story of how it all goes in that, but there's some deal about a book, and the previous governor isn't real happy, but I guess he's made words about him, and I don't know. As I say, he's turned up on the missing list. Kind of like when people say something about the Clintons or talk about the Clintons, and they just kind of disappear, fall off the radar, or have an accidental suicide or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
like they shoot themselves in the back of the head twice. Those kind of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll see what I can find on that. All right, from the email, hello, Woodpecker. Under the heading Walmart, Gas City, Indiana. Steve, in regards to Pup's call about Walmart hiring in the Gas City, Indiana area, the Auburn, Indiana area, if someone's interested in applying for the driver position and uses my driver number as a reference, which is 28294, 28294. If they get hired, I'll donate $1,000 to that canine group you were talking about earlier. The donation will be in whomever driver's name that gets hired that uses my driver ID, 28294. Says Woodpecker. Okay, very generous of you. Thank you so much. And, of course, the canine he's talking about is the Matt Haverkamp Foundation. Yeah, where Steven's going to be getting his canine from. Nonprofit established November of 2005 in remembrance of a beloved son, dear friend, and canine officer. The mission of the foundation is to continue Matt Haverkamp's legacy and keep his memory alive, supporting the law enforcement agencies in and around the Cincinnati area. Pappy mentioned earlier, he's right. Matt graduated from Colerain High School, where my son graduated from, received his criminal justice degree from the University of Cincinnati, became a police officer for Gulf Manor in '99, where he founded the department's bicycle patrol and canine unit. Matt and his canine partner, Tebow, had a significant impact on the community's safety. Sadly, Matt passed away July 15th of 2005, result of injuries sustained in a car accident. He will forever be remembered by the many he touched during his short time with us. But he made his dream of starting a canine unit for Gulf Manor Police Department by working hard, obtaining grants, raising funds from local businesses. And the foundation has continued making his dream a reality for many area law enforcement agencies. The foundation's canine success stories can be found on the canines and handlers page on the website there. And, of course, they've got to update this because the last update where you can meet the 93 canines that have successfully been funded with the nearly $929,000 that's been spent on them and their protective equipment. But, Stevens Canine Striker will be number 98, 98th canine funded by this particular organization. Yeah, you're right, Pappy. He said, these dogs are expensive. It says it takes approximately $2,500 to purchase just a protective vest for a canine, $8,000 for an untrained canine, $14,000 to purchase a trained canine for law enforcement agencies. Purchases such as these by the foundation are made possible in part by 2 annual fundraising events. Matt's 5K Pursuit and the Matt Haverkamp Memorial Golf Outing. Yeah, the success of this foundation, direct result of the good friends that Matt made and the people he touched throughout his life. We can't thank the families, friends, sponsors, donators, area businesses for their continued support. So there you go. Pretty cool. And looking at 25 past the hour. See what's happened with 5-7 on a Thursday. Hello, 5-7. Well, it says he's there. I wonder if did he drop off in the swamp, maybe? Okay, maybe try us back then. I don't know. Who else we got on board here? Not seeing a name on this line, but let's give it a shot. Who we got here?
Hello?
Hey there.
Mo.
Hello, Mo.
Yes, hi. I wanted to go over the strategy for last night's last inning between old baseball and new baseball. Wouldn't you, if you were like an old-time manager, you got to walk, the first person walks in the inning, wouldn't you have Mookie Betts bunt? Forget about all the hype. You bunt him over to second. You have a better chance with two shots to get him in to tie the game. You want to win the game. You could care less about having the hype and the Trout like Ohtani matchup.
Well, what game are we talking about here, Mo? I'm not even sure what game we're on.
We're the World Classic.
Oh, the World Classic.
Japan against the United States.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't even aware. I knew the World Classic was going, but was that the championship game or what was it?
Right. It's 3-2 in the last inning. The Americans are up. And they try to, obviously you want to win the game, right?
Sure.
I thought the coaches made a bad mistake. That's all.
So,
I just think the baseball, the old-time baseball is not around anymore.
So who ultimately won the game, Mo? I don't even know.
Japan won the game. You know how many people were watching the game in Japan, the last inning? 97.4% of the TVs in Japan were on.
Wow, that's pretty wild. Yeah,
that was on MLB Network.
97%. So that's something akin.
97% of the TVs watched the last inning.
That's something akin to the American population watching the moon launch for the first man on the moon, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Same thing.
So Team USA did not win the World Baseball Classic.
Right. The game was invented here, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, all right. Interesting, Mo. He threw me off a little because I wasn't sure what he was even talking about. The World Classic Championship game. All right. So Team USA screwed up, according to Mo. But we got to get a news break in here. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. Interest rates are going up again.
The committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point, bringing the target range to 4 3/4 to 5%.
That's Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, who added it's going to be a long and bumpy ride to get inflation back to 2%. Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower after that Federal Reserve latest interest rate hike announcement. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 530 points. The S&P 500 dropped 65 points. The Nasdaq fell 190 points. Florida's Space Coast is preparing for an historic late-night launch. Relativity Space will try to get its first ever fully 3D printed rocket into orbit for a third time. 2 previous attempts were scrubbed due to technical issues. The launch window is set to open at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, several people had sent me emails, some video. I tuned into one. I didn't get a chance. I think Inbred Redneck was one. Then somebody, Gerald, sent me a link. Something about Medley Trucking. Yeah, there are hundreds of drivers, I guess, out there stuck, ain't been paid. I found the rest of the story. This had not made it to the likes of CDL Life or anything yet. I think I've seen, oddly enough, CBS News had it, though. Hundreds of truck drivers working for a Miami-Dade trucking company demanding to be paid after driving thousands of miles but not being paid by the business. Dozens of drivers gathered this past day at Flagship Transport but did not find answers to their questions. No supervisors, no boss, no managers, and we came to pick up our checks, said one driver. They owe me $8,000. They owe some $10,000. It was all a lie. Suarez tells CBS News Miami that he had just returned from driving and delivering goods over thousands of miles. I stopped at Walmart, to deliver 40,000 pounds of almond milk, estimating that hundreds of other drivers are in the same boat. I said 2-3 weeks ago, we tried to cash our checks. They were being bounced by the bank, and they used the excuse that it was a miscommunication between the banks and said, don't worry, we'll get this fixed. He said, we're looking at what we can do to recoup our money. We called the police. They said there's nothing they can do. CBS News Miami tried to contact the company through several of its listed numbers, but no one had responded as of Wednesday evening. Court filings show the company is already being sued for not paying a lease. This is a generality, according to an employment lawyer. If you have lots of people that are owed money, that usually means there are money troubles and that money will not be around a whole lot longer. He said independent contractors sometimes don't have the same protections as regular employees working for a company, which is why he's cautious. The prospective employees do their research before taking a job with such companies. He also said it's always good to keep some things on file, such as documentation of a job or a contract, receipts, and when applicable, to contact local employment and labor authority for help with lost wages. Now, Miami-Dade County has a wage theft ordinance that's pretty strong, that allows for hearings and everything, he says. But if a company's going under generally, those owed money will have to file a claim through a court process that experts say could be a lengthy process. Now, Suarez says, we're going to stand here until we get some answers. We can't continue our lives. A lot of money is being stolen from us. When CBS News Miami left the company's office at midday Wednesday, there were still dozens there waiting for an update. But some of the various, what's the guy's name that the YouTube trucking influencer? I met him last year at the Mid-America Truck Show. A Hispanic guy. I'm not sure what his country of origin is, Mexico, or if it's Latin America or Cuban. I'm not sure. But he goes by the YouTube handle Mother Trucker. M-U-T-H-A, Mother Trucker. Lot of YouTube videos. I guess he was talking to some of the Hispanic drivers about this. And I think he was saying like what the owners, the people that ran the business just disappeared. They're gone. Can't find anybody. I don't know. They may be in hiding. The hell, they may have left the country. Who knows? Try to get more on that, but wow. It is 844-3388. Eskimo Mom checks in here on a Thursday. What's happening?
Nothing much. I had to disappear for just a while because I had to go deliver, because I was waiting on hold long enough. But that's how the ball bounces sometimes.
Yep.
What I was going to call was Scarecrow's talking about the collision mitigation systems that we have on our trucks, and why JB Hunt may get out 800 feet or something like that back. Well, the problem with a lot of these trucks now, especially with the mega carriers, is that I know with our carrier, with us, that we have two different settings. We have for our governors. If we use the foot, we have 65 miles an hour for the governor on that. But if we use the cruise control, we get 68 miles an hour. But here's the problem: if we have to touch the foot pedal for any of the foot pedals for any reason, or if we want to try to maintain our speed, if we touch the fuel, we end up getting knocked back to 65. So so that's why many times like a lot of us may jump out ahead of time because we're coming up on somebody slower and we don't want to get slowed down any more than necessary.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem with us having the two different settings for our governors. It's just we get a lot of us screwed when we try to pass somebody. And we have and I know on our trucks we have something called Pass Smart, which we have to tap the throttle twice. It gives us the extra speed, but the only problem with that is we're on a timer, and we only get 30 minutes of that per day. So we're kind of in a catch-22. Do we use that Pass Smart if we have it available and try to get around them, or maybe really need it later on in the day, or do we just try to maintain our speed as best we can? That's the problem we run across.
Well, how about he was talking
Okay.
about having the issue with these detectors, I guess, seeing things that are like an overhead, an overpass, or a bridge.
Yes.
Do you have issues with that?
That's been a problem for when we had the Eaton Vorad anti-collision radar. I had one of the first trucks that actually had what they call Smart Cruise back here 19 years ago, believe it or not. And it does see and that's always been a problem. It does see shadows. It does see things that's not there. And there's a couple of overpasses I get the collision alert every now and then, or some curves where where I'm coming up on them, and the system thinks I'm about ready to hit something when in all reality I'm not. And it's always been a problem, and I don't know, and I have no clue on what they can do to really fix that part.
So in other words, I guess that's a confirmation that, as OOIDA says, I guess the comment period's going right now, that it is not proven technology, and imploring the FMCSA to do not try to mandate this on all trucks until you can get all the bugs worked out. Or it may very well have the unintended consequences. All right, yes, somebody's got, like Heatwave said, somebody's got, one of these days, truck's going to slam on the brakes, and somebody's going to rear end them. Scooter chimed in on that. And he said, Steve, some companies use those distance alerts the crash mitigation system generates when you're following too closely. They'll use those to discipline and or make the driver go through additional training. Of course, in many instances, it's, an automobile or another vehicle, whatever it might be. Yeah. We see it all the time. They'll see that gap between you. You've got the legitimate space, and they'll jump in that little spot trying to get ready for the next exit or something. They wait to the last second and jump in front of you, slowing down, causing the truck to activate the emergency alert. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Hey, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything sitting around with the gas in it for an extended period of time. It is called Sta-Bil Storage. Keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And, of course, for being a listener to this program, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, will save you some money. Go to goldeagle.com. That's the manufacturer of Sta-Bil, goldeagle.com. Place your order online. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and they'll take 15% off your entire order. And that includes all the products in the Gold Eagle line. All right, a huge explosion at a chemical manufacturing plant in Texas yesterday. Caught on video, sparking a massive blaze, sending that familiar sight of black smoke billowing into the sky. This is in Pasadena, just outside of Houston, at a plant operated by the chemical multinational INEOS, according to KHOU's report. The video showing the explosion and the aftermath from multiple angles shared via social media. The city of Pasadena announced at 1:17 p.m. local time the fire was extinguished and no protective measures were necessary for the area residents. Guess that had to be a frightening thing, with these chemical plant exposure. You don't know what it is. Is it a hazardous material? Do we need to shelter in place? What's going on? One person transported to a hospital, according to the Harris County Sheriff. Authorities said during a press conference the explosion happened when liquid petroleum gas was being moved from one tank to another. Now, the INEOS plant in Pasadena is the largest standalone plant in the world focused on producing cumene, C-U-M-E-N-E, cumene. According to the company's website, cumene is a building block chemical used in various petroleum products, consisting of 36 individual businesses operating in 29 countries. INEOS manufactures petrochemicals, specialty chemicals, and oil products, according to their website. Now, they said this particular chemical is moderately toxic. Short-term inhalation can cause headaches, dizziness, drowsiness, incoordination, and I guess if enough, unconsciousness. Okay? I guess that would be mildly toxic, moderately toxic. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Who was that? Was that Rubber Duck said? So while 97% of the Japanese population were watching the World Baseball Classic. I'm gonna pull up those actual numbers. That wouldn't surprise me a bit, though, in the championship round, right? Championship game, U.S. versus Japan. He said, meanwhile, 97% of Americans were watching The Masked Singer. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. But funny you brought up The Masked Singer, which I've never actually seen an episode of that. I've seen some of the previews and whatnot, the spots they run on TV advertising it. But legendary entertainer Dick Van Dyke kind of in the news again. Yeah, further in the story, I guess he was actually a participant on The Masked Singer not that long ago, I guess. But the actual story is about, is it time to take the keys? I mean, Dick Van Dyke is 97 years old. He was involved in a one-vehicle crash last week, suffered bleeding in the nose and the mouth and a potential concussion, according to TMZ. Action took place on the morning of March 15th. Police were called to the scene, found Van Dyke in a 2018 Lexus that had crashed into a gate. He told police his car slid in the rain. He lost control before it hit the gate. After being treated at the scene, he declined to go to the hospital. He was later given a ride home from the accident. No drugs or alcohol suspected in the accident, according to police. But they're requesting the DMV to determine should he be driving anymore. The state of California has a process which, what it calls potentially unsafe drivers, can have their licenses revoked due to some impairments that come with age, According to the UK Daily Mail, the crash was almost 10 years after one where Dick Van Dyke's car caught fire on the freeway there in California. August of 2013, he was pulled from the burning vehicle by a passerby. But he recently appeared on the season premiere of The Masked Singer. He says, I'd never even seen the show when they asked me, so I checked it out, and it looked like a lot of fun. I was positive they'd never guess who I was, and apparently he was right. He performed the Frank Sinatra song, When You're Smiling, that was selected by his wife, apparently. They wanted me to do something current, he said, and I know nothing from rock, so we picked one out that kind of typifies me. All right, Dick Van Dyke, the oldest contestant to ever appear on the show, but yeah, who out there, you got somebody singing and dancing, I haven't seen it, but I guess you're singing and dancing on stage in the big costume outfit, and you're supposed to try to guess who is under or behind the mask. Who would ever guess Dick Van Dyke at 97 years young? Wow. All right. Let's do a take 2, 5-7. Did you fall asleep and pull an eagle on us, or did you fall off in the swamp?
Yeah, a phone call come in, and I had to take it. Sorry. And then the other times I had to go into the swamp. So
yeah,
I'm currently leaving Charleston right now. I missed a lot of the show. Did anybody bring up that the George Soros funding? The DA got $1 million.
Correct.
All right. Now, with all this going on, according to what I heard, I think it was a Tucker Carlson clip. $500,000 was pulled from his account by that organization. It obviously, George Soros wants a bang for his buck. And when right now, all this is doing is, like me and a whole lot of others, we're closing ranks for Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, finally, so I'm thinking.
The rest of the story, to that $1 million was highlighted by the fact that same Alvin Bragg reduced 52% of felony cases down to misdemeanors in New York last year. More than half the cases, felonies convicted, he reduced them to misdemeanors. But in this case, he wants to take
3 months.
He wants to take a misdemeanor and make it a felony for Donald Trump, though. Let's do the reverse.
Yep. 3 months for a rape. Someone served 3 months for raping. And that I understand it was a minor. And 3 years or something like that for murder. I mean, yeah. He's got a lot of baggage, and I understand there's some personal baggage that he doesn't want to come out. So, there's people there that know, and so I'm wondering if, this thing with that guy's, Donald Trump's lawyer. By the way, that is a problem in itself because the Democrats pushed and attacked Donald Trump's lawyer, and that was the start of this, where they broke that union between a client and a lawyer privilege. And if they can do it to the president, they can do it to all of us. So now I suggest everybody be careful. If you're talking to a lawyer, don't say anything to a lawyer that he can't say in court, because if it's bad enough, they'll go after the Democrats and go after the law firm where they're at, and they'll flip on you. But that guy that's supposed to do this testimony was talking about, you can't use that lawyer-client privilege and all this. Well, that lawyer pulls up a sheet of paper on the Tucker Carlson program. It says, right here it is. And they showed a close-up of it, and he was relieved of the lawyer-client privilege, and the guy's signature is right there. And he said he lied to us. He changed stories. He said that, he's not going to drag our law firm down. And so I think this guy, that's probably what it is. He was in the jury, and they brought up just like 5 or 6 of the things that he had written down to turn in, and he asked in front of the jury pool, says, "Where's all the others? Where's all this other stuff that tells about where he lied?"
Where's the 600 pages that I turned over to this guy?
Lord. So, yep. So, hey, Trump, I posted it earlier, and, Stormy Daniels, Trump had to pay $100,000 to hush her up, and, later on, she loses the case to Donald Trump and has to pay $300,000.
Right.
And in my book, it's the take count my toes, pull my boots off. Hey, he made $200,000 profit. So now
there you go. Essentially, that's what he did. But hey, we're up to the top of the hour. We get our news break here just ahead, and come back that'll be our final hour as we roll into a Thursday, 23rd day of March. Good to have you on board. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. People in Los Angeles County are assessing the damage after a rare twister touched down Wednesday afternoon. This teenager at Vale High School was in class when it touched down in the city of Montebello.
The teachers opened the door and then we just saw the rain. There's a lot of wind in the rain.
At least one person is injured. 5 structures are impacted. Urban search and rescue teams remained on the ground while that child was in class. A New York City grand jury hearing former President Trump's hush money payment case will meet Thursday. Reports say that's the plan after Wednesday's session was canceled. The investigation centers around alleged payments Trump's former lawyer Michael Cohen made to adult film star Stormy Daniels in 2016 to cover up an alleged affair. Tricky part for prosecutors is proving Cohen's case that he was acting under implied orders from Trump. Cohen says the money he used for Stormy Daniels was also reimbursed by the former president before the 2016 election. The White House is not responding to allegations that members of President Biden's family received payments indirectly from a Chinese company.
I'm just not going to respond to that from here.
Speaking to reporters, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said House Republicans have been lying for years on the issue. Republicans on the House Oversight Committee issued a memo last week claiming members of Biden's family received just over $1 million toward the end of the Obama administration. A not too surprising announcement from the Federal Reserve on Wednesday.
Interest rates are going up again.
The committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a quarter percentage point, bringing the target range to 4.75% to 5%.
That's Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, who added,
The process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy.
Powell did go on to say the nation's banking system is sound and resilient. I'm John Schaefer.
Stocks slumped on the news. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Police are searching for a student that allegedly shot 2 faculty members at a Denver high school.
As part of a safety plan, they were undergoing a search. During that search, obviously a weapon was retrieved, a handgun was retrieved, and several shots were fired, striking those 2 individuals.
Police Chief Ron Thomas says the incident happened Wednesday morning at East High School. He says the 2 victims were taken to an area hospital. One's in surgery, the other stable. Police say the student suspect was supposed to be searched every day before entering the school due to past behavior issues, and that's a quote. During the search on Wednesday, they say he pulled out a gun and started firing. President Biden will be heading north of the border this week. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says Biden will be heading to Canada's capital.
The president will participate in a bilateral meeting, of course, with Prime Minister Trudeau, during which he will absolutely reaffirm the United States' enduring commitment to this U.S.-Canada partnership.
The two are expected to discuss support for Ukraine during Russia's invasion, the situation in Haiti, clean energy, supply chains, and modernizing NORAD. Rick and Morty co-creator Justin Roiland is being cleared of domestic violence charges. He was charged in California in 2020 with 1 felony count of domestic battery. Taking to Twitter following the charges being dropped, Roiland said he was thankful. Adult Swim cut ties with him following the charges, as well as Hulu, where he executive produced multiple shows. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what do you say? Final round, one more time. Here we go on a Thursday morning. Look at there, weekend just around the corner, 23rd day of March. All right, we got official word from the Air Force. Kind of an update on the $32 million drone that was downed over the Black Sea by Russia. Recall that? Apparently, they have deemed the aircraft unrecoverable, and they are not actively trying to raise the MQ-9 drone. Now, of course, military forced to crash land the unmanned drone in the Black Sea last week. Yeah, we saw the video. Russian pilots recklessly dumping fuel multiple times and then hitting the propeller. There are no ongoing recovery efforts as the MQ-9 sank to an unrecoverable depth in the Black Sea. According to the U.S. Air Force in Europe, spokesperson speaking to the Washington Examiner, now he did say, we took mitigating measures to secure and wipe all sensitive data from the aircraft prior to bringing it down. So if anyone does somehow recover the drone, they will not obtain any intelligence of any value. Of course, the Russians have reportedly said they intend to recover the unmanned aerial vehicle. An American official said they believe Russia's been able to find some smaller pieces of the drone. It is our estimation that the MQ-9, when it crashed, went very deep and has not been recovered, according to the Pentagon. As far as the Russians go and the MQ-9, again, we'd seen press reports that they had maybe picked up some pieces from the surface, but we cannot corroborate those reports. General Milley said last week the drone probably broke up, and there's probably not a lot to recover, frankly. Probably sank to some rather significant depths, okay? So update on the drone. Okay, I'm sure Russia, regardless of what they say, would in all likelihood like to try to get their hands on that. Meanwhile, heard in the news break there, Pappy brought it up earlier. You got a kid in school that's had such behavioral issues in the past that you actually pat him down every day when he comes into school? When did things change so dramatically? Students that were troublemakers, as myself and Pappy said, I mean, if you get in too many fist fights when we were kids, we weren't taking guns and knives to school. I mean, we had our fair share of fist fights. You get so many strikes and you're expelled. You're out of here. In another school, you may look at the record and say, well, we're not, you're out of luck, kid. Sorry. How have things changed to the point where 2 school administrators shot doing their daily search of the student? Now, this report states the juvenile suspect remained at large. The gun was not immediately recovered following the shooting. Yeah, we're going back to like 10 o'clock yesterday morning, an area away from classrooms as the student was undergoing his, daily search as part of a safety plan. One of the administrators was critically injured. That's the one that was in surgery. The second was in stable condition. Yeah, police know the identity of the suspect. They're confident they'd apprehend him. Obviously, armed and dangerous, willing to use the weapon, as we've learned this morning, earlier this month, students from the school skipped class and marched to Colorado State Capitol to demand stricter gun laws following the death of a fellow student who was shot while sitting in a car near the school. Now, the suspect in yesterday's shooting had transferred to East High School from another district. According to Denver school superintendent, they did not reveal why the student was being subjected to daily searches. But this particular school, not far from downtown, near a busy street that cuts through the city, everything was placed on lockdown as the investigation was ongoing. Denver Public Schools confirmed that both of the victims were indeed administrators. Hundreds of parents lined up along the road near the school, with the scene being sealed off by police. Of course, yesterday, Wednesday, was the second anniversary of 10 people being shot and killed at the supermarket in Boulder, Colorado. Don't know if there is any correlation to that or not, and I haven't seen an update. I guess I have to do a more recent search. Pappy said they believe the vehicle that the teen, I guess, escaped was found later, and a body was found not far from said vehicle. I guess they're all working to confirm if that was the kid. Maybe took his own life after shooting the 2 administrators, but I don't know. Crazy times we live in. Hey, welcome back, Eagle. Hey there.
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, what you got for us, Eagle?
Okay, yeah, I wanted to say, now, let me get this straight. So you're not going to be on the radio next week, Steve? They got the truck show next week, or is it the week after the truck show?
Yeah, next week we will be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning live, and then, of course, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, they'll all be recordings from the show there in Louisville. But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning, we will be live.
Oh, okay, but you're not going to be live from the truck show. You're not going to be doing live shows from the truck show.
Correct. Those will be all recorded during the day. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wanted to make sure you got that right. I remember last year, your shows, were pre-recorded. But then the last one on Sunday night, will that still be a pre-recorded show, or that'll be a live show the following Sunday?
Yeah, following the truck show, that'll be a recorded show, I believe, Sunday night, Monday morning. Then we'll be back Monday night, Tuesday morning live for that week.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying now. Okay, yeah, Steve, I have a couple of things I wanted to talk about. Like I told you last night about the Donald Trump situation, nothing came out today. I think the DA and the judges and all these other people, they claim that they're waiting on another guy's testimony, this and that. I think that they realize they don't have no case against Trump, Steve. Mm-hmm. They don't have enough to make it stick. They trying to postpone and this and that. They come up with all excuses. So I don't see nothing going on with this deal with Donald Trump. I'd be very surprised if the DA pursues this, the district attorney or whoever's in charge of this deal. Because, like I said, it's you know, it's an out-of-date case anyway. You know, it means that the guy Cohen, you know, this guy here is what you call, he's a liar. You know, he worked for Donald Trump, and he's basically trying to save his own butt at Donald Trump's expense, and he's just running his mouth, you know, trying to get trouble started. He's got a grudge against Donald Trump, but like I said, it's a waste of time case to begin with. Like I said, they'll have to figure out something. If they're going to have to do better than that if they want to see Donald Trump behind bars. They got to do better than $100,000 money, shut up money to a porno star. They got to do better than that. But let me say, excuse me, one more thing, right quick, Steve, about the construction. And yeah, that's what main thing I wanted, because I missed out on that deal earlier. You said I heard it on one of your breaks, said that there was six construction workers got killed.
Yes.
What was that? The Baltimore area?
Yeah, the Baltimore Beltline was at 695. They call it.
Oh, okay. It wasn't no 18-wheeler involved. Was it a car that killed these individuals?
Yeah, two cars got together. One of them went over the Jersey barrier into the middle where the workers were, upside down, and just wiped them out. I mean, yeah, when you see the photographs of where there were two like Jersey barriers, one on either side of the construction workers, and the vehicles almost as wide as the entire zone they were. There's nowhere they could go. And I guess vehicles probably doing 65, 70 mile an hour, plowing through. Yeah, that's a bad deal. Yeah, like I say, you know, I make sure I slow down in construction zones. Like I say, I noticed over the last couple of months, there's a lot of work going on in the U.S. right now in certain cities and towns, and you guys got a dangerous job, you know, being out on the interstate, you know, with these trucks and cars going by. So I try to respect these people because I would want them to do the same for me. But, yeah, I hate to hear about, 6 people losing their lives, but that's a very dangerous job nowadays is construction work, working on interstates and stuff. So hopefully people will slow down and won't have no more lives lost in that situation. And like I said, I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve, and good luck, you know, at that truck show next week. But I'll give you a call back next week anyway with you on that. Yeah, we'll be here.
Thanks a lot, bro.
I got it. We'll be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning. I mean, I guess I'm looking at an update out of Baltimore, and some are trying to say they don't know so much as was this actually an accident? Yeah. According to the state police, it was 12:40 yesterday afternoon. A car drove in between temporary placed Jersey walls, struck multiple construction workers before overturning. Now, that's a little different story. Yeah. Troopers initially speculated that 2 vehicles were involved in the crash. On Wednesday night, they named those drivers. Okay, that hasn't changed. Let's see. Shutting down both lanes for hours. Let's see. Maryland State Police say that she had attempted to change from one lane to another when her vehicle struck the front quarter panel of the Volkswagen. All right, so that's what's changing here. Why somebody said, pay attention to this story. There's more to it than we may actually know at this point in time, because they're kind of changing it to investigators initially or speculated that the 2 vehicles were involved. We'll see if something, is there more to it? Or did someone intentionally drive in between the barriers? I guess is the question. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Hello to the Jack of Diamonds. How's it going?
Steve, all right, man. How you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, a long-time listener. Now I'm a five-time caller, Steve.
You're counting them, right?
Yeah, so well, I'm going to lose track for long because I can't count to that, you know. But I wanted to call about the one thing I'd like to say is I'd like to thank Patty and your son and my own son's police officer also. We want to say special thanks to all the good police officers out there. And God bless them and their families, because we sure do need the good ones, you know.
Yep.
And I love listening to Pappy. I really do. But something I was wondering if you knew the answer to, or anybody out there, is, you know, George Soros, they're always talking about how much money he gives to individual candidates, you know, all around the country, just like that Bragg. They said he gave $1 million. Okay, now how is that legal when they nailed Dinesh D'Souza? You remember that deal where he gave, like, wasn't it like a little over, maybe $6,000 too much or something?
Yeah,
they tried
correct.
to put him in. Trump had to pardon him. You know, I mean, it's funny how one individual could get millions and millions of dollars, just like that guy with Facebook did. You know, and then another one, they tried to hang him. You know, for giving $6,000 or a little under six, I think it was, trying to put him in prison. You know. But I didn't know if you knew the answer to that or anybody out there. I was always wondering.
There's limits to how much people can donate, but I mean, typically Soros uses all these, PACs and funds and organizations that he donates to them, and then they individually donate to the likes of the campaigns. It's not like I don't think they're going to pull out a check from George Soros to Alvin Bragg. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right, so they're doing it in a roundabout way.
Correct. And that's why I think the mainstream media all tries to say, well, this is all of a conspiracy theory, because this organization or that organization that donated to Alvin Bragg, that doesn't necessarily mean that money came from George Soros, because George Soros gave to those organizations. But it's splitting hairs, if you know what I mean. I can take you some of you look at the various headlines yesterday. Your mainstream outlets, the likes of CNBC, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's ties to George Soros are not as close as Republicans claim. From Forbes, Republicans lean into George Soros conspiracies in targeting the Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg. Go to the likes of a conservative-leaning outlet, a.k.a. the likes of the Washington Examiner, which explains how George Soros pumped cash into the Manhattan DA, who may, and it's sounding more and more like may or may not, indict Trump. See, the mainstream say it's a conspiracy. The fact presenters, the conservative outlets, the likes of Newsmax, Washington Examiner, a $1 million donation from liberal billionaire George Soros to a political action committee that backed Alvin Bragg has come under the spotlight. As Trump may face an indictment in connection with the hush money paid to Stormy Daniels. We know all that. Now, Soros donated $1 million in May of 2021 to Color of Change, which was a racial justice PAC that later used money to support Bragg in his successful district attorney bid against the Republican Thomas Kenniff, who was a criminal defense attorney. Now, I've seen rumors swirl. I have not seen any facts, so I don't know what's going to happen, says Ron DeSantis of Florida. But I know this, the Manhattan district attorney is a Soros-funded prosecutor, and so he, like other Soros-funded prosecutors, they weaponize their office to impose a political agenda on society at the expense of the rule of law and public safety. Color of Change notably called for defunding police amid the summer of 2020 riots, the George Floyd thing. Soros has backed Bragg along with 74 other prosecutors in recent years who've been slammed for their soft on crime policies. February of 2022, the Daily Mail reported that Color of Change was pooling a $500,000 donation to Bragg over an anonymous woman's allegation against the then candidate. It's not clear what that allegation was, and the outlet did not speak directly to the woman in question here. Color of Change Political Action Committee, or PAC, ceased our independent expenditure on this electoral campaign after receiving this information, so said a source close to the PAC. But Color of Change's support for Bragg came around the same time that the Soros family poured money into Bragg's campaign. Jonathan Soros, the son of George, donated $10,000 in April of 21 to the Democrats' the records show. Then in April 29, Jonathan Soros' wife, Jennifer Allen Soros, donated $10,000 to the Bragg campaign. Now Bragg, of course, at the center of the national media, as Republican lawmakers call his potential Trump indictment decision nothing but politically motivated. Jim Jordan on the House Oversight Committee, James Comer on the House Administration Committee, Brian Steele demanding records from Bragg in connection to the expected indictment. You're about to engage in an unprecedented abuse of prosecutorial authority. So said the indictment of a former president. So the Manhattan grand jury investigated, of course, had the day off yesterday. Yet at the last minute, don't bother to report. Things are very fluid in Manhattan right now. Who's supposed to testify today? Because that's the latest word. We've got another individual that's going to testify on Thursday. We'll find out. Meanwhile, there you go. That's the latest, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. One drug company wants to drastically increase the price of its COVID vaccine, and some in Congress want to know why.
The head of Moderna testifying before a Senate panel trying to justify why they are quadrupling the price of their COVID vaccine.
As we move into the endemic market that we price to value of a vaccine, what value does it bring in terms of healthcare dollars?
That's CEO Stefan Bancel. But Senator Bernie Sanders was quick to remind him,
U.S. taxpayers spent $12 billion on the research, development, and procurement of the NIH Moderna COVID vaccine.
Moderna announced they will begin charging $130 for the vaccine in the private market compared to the $26 they charge the government right now. I'm John Schaefer.
The death of a teen found near where Alex Murdaugh gunned down his wife and son is now being investigated as a homicide. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I do believe it was Wheelchair Dave there in Lake Lanier. Sent me a message this past day, something about, hey, Houston, we've made contact. He's talking about, Steve, look up the James Webb Telescope. They've discovered a scorching planet. Well, the rest of the story. Researchers working with the James Webb Space Telescope discovered a new exoplanet orbiting two suns that is described as having sand-like clouds and scorching hot temperatures. The planet VHS 1256b, about 40 light years from the Earth, about 19 times the size of Jupiter? Think of how big Jupiter is. It's about 4 times further from its stars than Pluto is from our sun, which makes it a great target for the James Webb. According to the team leading the research, that means the planet's light is not mixed with light from its stars. NASA notes that this is the first planet outside our solar system where scientists have detected a dust storm. The planet's atmosphere is constantly moving and mixing with the upper atmosphere, reaching temperatures of up to 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit and hosting large clouds of silicate dust grains. The finer silicate grains in the atmosphere may be like tiny particles in smoke. The larger grains might be more like very hot, very small sand particles. We've identified silicates, but better understanding which grain size and shapes make specific types of clouds is going to take a lot of additional work, they say. This is not the final word on this planet. It's the beginning of a large-scale modeling effort to fit Webb's complex data. Hot planet, 19 times the size of Jupiter, though. Big. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve, and thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I'll tell you what. You say 15 times?
19.
19 times the size?
Yes.
That, Jupiter is an absolute massive giant for our solar system. But, you know, we got to take this in perspective. I mean, look out there at them stars. Those are stars in our galaxy. Some of those stars are actual universes out there. How many they say there's millions of stars just in our galaxy?
Yes.
Am I right on that? I mean, you think about it, there's no way of numbering how many suns, well, there is out there. It's just your mind can't wrap your way around.
No.
You can't get your mind around how massive this is. You know, 40 light years. Now, people think, well, that can't be that far. Well, the speed of light. The speed of light for 40 years, that's ways out there, too.
Way out
People
there.
just, well, Eskimo Mom kind of stole the thunder about how the speed limiters and how some companies, you mash on the throttle, the truck will actually slow down. Yes, that's what a lot. Ours used to be set up that way, but now ours is the same speed to the pedal as to the cruise. We're lucky in that way. I dealt with that many a time, but fortunately we don't have that for now, but who knows. One thing, you know, bringing up the brakes, you know, the collision avoiding systems, something that's always worried me. What about you're coming up on something and you're on slick load speed and just slams on the brakes like that. That's something these people don't understand either. I have not heard of it happening yet, but I'm see that. But that's probably already happened, but we just haven't heard the reports on it. If it hasn't, it's going to happen sooner or later. I don't see any way around that. Now, you sprang it up last night about members of Congress buying and selling stocks, and their families. The problem with that is most Congress people are not going to vote for that. They're the ones that's making the laws, so they're not going to shoot themselves in the foot. It's like the campaign, not the campaign, but the term limits. They're not going to vote themselves into term limits. It's amazing that we got to have Congress pass laws on this. That's we're not going to do something that is going to inhibit them.
Right.
It's a grand shame that it's set up that way, but I don't know what else there could be done, because they're the ones that makes the laws of the land. We can't have the courts go in and make a law, because that'd be totally unconstitutional, and I'm sure most of the audience agree. We don't want the courts passing laws, determining whether that law is constitutional, but not passing the laws themselves. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but hopefully something can be done eventually about that. Because let's face it, a lot of these Congress people have been in there 30, 40, 50 years.
Yep.
They're multi-millionaires, and they're just raking it in. And I don't know what the answer is, but I hope we find it soon. He was talking last night, that law they passed in California that judge struck down about the firing pins putting a serial number on the brass, on the primer in the brass. I understand that's unbelievable to be able to stamp that brass like that. Now, Kathy can confirm this. If they have the weapon and they have the bullet or the brass, they can do ballistics testing on it and trace that shell, that casing, or that bullet
To the gun it came out of.
Gun.
Sure.
Right, they can do that, but yeah, that's a lot different than trying to stamp that primer with that serial number. That's technology I don't foresee, but I see a picture of a 5-bit computer memory from 1950s, and the thing looked like a piano. It's who knows. One last thing I want to touch on. Eagle was bringing up about Chevrolet's doing away with the Camaro, possibly,
Yep.
and they're doing away with the manuals. I tell you, the manuals in vehicles, I've only seen a few manuals in vehicles the last 25 years or so. Most of them, every one I've seen was a sports car. The newest manual vehicle I had a 99 Dodge Ram. It was a diesel 5-speed. And when they was coming out, you want to understand, my truck, I bought it used, had to be special ordered to be a 3/4 ton with a manual transmission. At that time, you had the special order the 3/4 ton. Now, in the 1 tons being automatic, you had the special order. But I tell you, I've been looking at pickups. I don't think I've seen a stick shift in a pickup. I don't know when. It's just, about the only thing you ever see them in is sports cars. And as you know, they're doing away with the Challenger this year. The Charger's going electric, which to me will never be a Charger. To me, calling an electric Charger a Charger is about like calling an SUV, an electric SUV, a Mustang. That was an insult to the Mustangs. But this is what the car makers are doing. It's a grand shame they're getting away from it. I did look at one of the new Challenger DAs. This had the whole Scat Pack package, the big block. Now, this wasn't the Hellcat. This wasn't the top end. But I was looking at them last year, and they was running high 40s, real low 50s. Steve, believe it or not, no, you'll believe this, a lot of people will. The sticker was $58,000 on this car.
Right.
But there was an increase in market value of almost $4,000 on this car. Because of demand, they're jacking up the value. They did that during the pandemic, too. These car lots are getting away with this crap. They're paying. It's amazing. And people are buying them.
That's the reason they're getting away with it. I mean, if somebody's willing to pay you, I mean, it's the same with homes. Yeah, how many homes? Maybe not right now, but go back about a year ago. If a home went on the market, asking price $195,000. I mean, somebody puts in a bid for $205,000. I mean, they're overbidding the asking price. That used to be, asking price $195. Somebody says, well, put in a bid for $170. See if they'll take that. Paying more than asking price. Same with the automobiles. Hell, I said when I went to get that Subaru, sat down and said, well, that's what kind of a deal can we make? He's like, do what? No, we're not offering any discounts. We're not offering any rebates. It's the price on the sticker. And I guess at that point I was lucky at that point in time to get it for sticker because people were paying thousands above sticker price. It was insane. But that was during the height of the chip shortage. I think last I checked, most of that's been pretty much resolved now, finally, right? But we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Somebody somewhere screwed up, or somebody played the switcheroo and apparently got away with it. It's the London Metal Exchange. You had a bit of a mix-up last week at a warehouse in the Dutch port city of Rotterdam. Got a big warehouse there, storage. An operator for the warehouse weighing bags that were thought to contain 54 metric tons of nickel. You know, the metal exchange, nickel. Turns out these bags were full of stones. Whoops. Yeah, those stones ain't worth nearly as much as if it were nickel. Turns out, apparently, J.P. Morgan Chase is the unlucky owner of those bags. Had they contained nickel, the bags would have been worth $1.3 million at current prices. That means the mix-up, it'll have a minor impact on the metal markets, they say, but it calls in the security of the London Metal Exchange's contracts into question. In an industry that's been riddled with scandals, the London Metal Exchange contracts are typically viewed as unquestionably safe. The Metal Exchange first announced the mix-up late last week, didn't disclose who owned the bags or the warehouse where they were kept. Apparently, the warehouse was owned and operated by Access World. A spokesperson for the logistics firms tells the Insider that Access World confirms they're undertaking an inspection of warranted bags of nickel briquettes at all locations and will engage external surveyors to assist. You know, somehow somebody in the process, I guess, of unloading these big bags into the warehouse, they pulled a switcheroo. Somebody got away with over $1 million worth of nickel and exchanged them with rocks that now belong to J.P. Morgan Chase. Now, it's most likely that Access World will have to bear the financial burden of this rather than J.P. Morgan Chase, because that's the company is responsible to protect the stores of metal at their facilities. Apparently, J.P. Morgan Chase bought these bags years ago, and J.P. Morgan Chase does remain an active player in big metals, they say, but where's my nickel? I don't know. You got a rock. Hey, Scarecrow.
Well, if you remember back when the chip shortage really started taking off, Steve, GM, they had to threaten the Chevy dealers in particular that, well, they were selling pickups way over suggested retail, and they were given orders if they continued that they'd lose their franchise. But there's a few programs out there now that offer a small discount or whatnot, but man, it's not hard to price a pickup out at $90,000 now, especially like the GMC Denali's and whatnot. Way the price of entertainment just keeps going up. Anyway, my first call there earlier this morning. And remember, I did touch on a few names of a few callers, regular callers. Well, I'm not done with there yet. Last night, one knucklebuster called in, and he was casting dispersions at one Stormy Daniels. And Steve, anyone that has listened to this program since its inception would fully realize that knucklebuster would give up his left, pretty valuable piece of human anatomy.
Yeah.
He would give that up for nothing more than a chance to form fit one of them overnight drive T-shirts to one Miss Stormy Daniels.
Thank you.
I would be a betting man on that. Do I stand correct?
I would say yes, unequivocally. You are 100% correct. Because they would, that overnight drive logo would be standing out all bodacious, I believe is the word.
Yeah, I didn't know where I was going to fit that word in there, but well done. And then probably pretty much a year to the day, leading up to last year's trucking program, I made it known that when my name was drawn for that seat to be given away, that I was immediately going to put it up for bids on overnight drive with all proceeds going to probably make a wish or such. Well, I don't know what the heck happened, but the seat never showed up, and my name was never announced on the airwaves. So, but this is a new year, and things have changed. I have need for a seat now.
Oh, really? So if you, in the event you were to win, you might actually place it in the truck.
Well, I'm seriously thinking that. They set us up in a rental here while our rig is actually sitting outside our shop at the moment. We've had an exodus of mechanics here the last few months, so who knows when it's even going to go in the facility. But now, this is actually a fairly decent truck if they would balance the tires, and I would actually rather drive this. It's got the axle forward, or not driving a cab over, and it rides pretty decent. But the seat is another issue here. There is no lumbar support in the thing, and the previous driver, when it was in full employment, spent a lot of time on the left side of the seat. And the way it looks like, a lot of drivers will, instead of tilting the steering wheel up, they slide in and out across the seat. So the cushion itself pitches to the left, and I'm feeling it in my lower extremities. So yes, there's need for a seat here. Now, the transportation end, this couldn't work out better. We have heard the Heatwave family is coming to a trucking program near you. Well, now the thoughts are, a little bit detour heading home, but La Crosse, Wisconsin is westbound, from the show. So they can just take a detour up across I-90 for a little ways. And now, assuming they're probably driving that Camaro.
That's what I was going to say. You think they're going to fit a truck seat in the trunk of a Camaro?
Oh, no. A shorter trip, Lady Heatwave would have her arm out the window, much like we see mattresses being transported around town.
Okay, holding it down on the roof.
But, but given the distance, Wade, he's going to want to find a little baler twine and set it on the rear deck lid and secure it in that means. So if you're listening there, Heatwave, you think serious about this now. And then on your way home, when you're making the swing back down towards Santa Fe, or
Albuquerque,
New Mexico, anyway. Yeah, Albuquerque. Well, I'd appreciate you could stop by Santa Fe. The daughter-in-law's parents live there. As left-leaning as left gets, you can exchange words with them. Give them the blessing from the Scarecrow family. So that's
well,
that's what I
Scarecrow. In the event that if your name comes out of the hat, we'll make a deal with you. We will cover the cost of shipping it right to your front door, and that goes for anyone else out there. But you got to get registered at overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contest. You could be one of the 3 winners of a Bostrom wide ride truck seat, as we've teamed up for the Mid-America Truck Show giveaway. The clock says we are out of time. Have a great Thursday.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.